guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign had called for a second debate between the pair after polls suggested she performed better during Tuesday night's showdown. In a post on Truth Social, though, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He also said he won Tuesday's debate. The United States Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. In a speech on Thursday, he condemned conspiracy theories, falsehoods, intimidation and threats of actual violence against public servants in recent years. Ever since Benji Hire reports.
We will not allow this department to be used as a political weapon.
Merrick Garland promising to fiercely protect his Justice Department's integrity, impartiality and independence in the face of unfounded allegations of bias from one man in particular who wasn't mentioned by name. Former President Donald Trump has continually lashed out at the DOJ and its staff over investigations into him which resulted in criminal indictments. He was charged for his attempts to overturn his election loss in 2020 and for allegedly withholding classified documents after leaving office, then obstructing efforts to get them back. Trump brands his prosecution as politically motivated persecution, doubling down on his vindictive pledge to go after, even jail, officials who prosecuted him.
A tropical cyclone is ripping through the south of the United States with tornado and flood watches in several places across multiple US states. More than 300,000 people are already without power as Francine continues to cause havoc across the country. Ever since Sally Patterson has more.
After making landfall as a hurricane, Francine weakened to a tropical storm late Wednesday night local time. It brought record daily rainfall to New Orleans in Louisiana. On Wednesday, Francine produced wind gusts up to 78 miles or 125 kilometers per hour. The U.S. National Weather Service forecast heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southeast through Thursday.
2 civilian astronauts have successfully completed the first ever spacewalk conducted by a commercial crew. FSN's Kate Fisher has more.
The Polaris Dawn mission is a collaboration between Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jared Isaacman, the billionaire entrepreneur who is leading it. All 4 crew members were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only 2 left the capsule. The spacewalk is seen as a key milestone in SpaceX's goal of visiting other planets and one day fulfilling Musk's hope of sending people to Mars.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking back today at Tuesday night's events in the American election. All eyes, of course, were on the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and most observers are arguing that the vice president won it, successfully getting under Donald Trump's skin, even to the point of laying rhetorical traps into which he fell, getting goaded into talking about crowd size, for example, instead of forcing the vice president to focus on the question that she had been asked about the country's immigration crisis on its southern border with Mexico and her record of trying to address it. But while Kamala Harris may have emerged the victor from the debate, it is less clear whether she answered the call by 28% of American voters in last weekend's New York Times survey to give them a much clearer idea of what she actually plans to do if she wins in November and takes office next January. And while the debate itself may well be remembered for Donald Trump's fact-free assertion that illegal immigrants are killing pets for food in one Ohio city, the night's most potent mover of votes may not have been on the debate stage at all. The announcement by Taylor Swift that she's endorsing Kamala Harris and encouraging young Americans to line up behind her may have moved more support in the direction of Democrats than anything the vice president herself managed during the 90-minute TV encounter. With more than 500 million social media followers, she may have moved more votes than the candidates. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The United States Attorney General has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. And a tropical cyclone is continuing to rip through the south of the United States, with tornado and flood watches in place across several US states. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty, would you looky there? We've got us a Friday coming on. So here comes the weekend. TGIF. Ready or not. So just like that, boy, the week's flying by. Rolling into the 13th day of September. Uh-oh. Anybody superstitious? Friday the 13th. All right, no big deal. It's just another day. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as we kick off a full 5 hours as we work our way from time zone to time zone into a brand new day. All right, lots of updates, lots to get to during our program this Friday morning. Obviously, Francine continues to weaken, but believe it or not, after all this time, she's still packing sustained winds of 25 miles per hour with higher gusts. So a lot of wind advisories. Yeah, much of out the northern half of Alabama up into northwest Georgia, western Tennessee, and northeast portions of Arkansas, wind advisories and, of course, flood watches. Get the very latest as Francine presses well inland over the southern U.S. Risk to lives and property continue on through the end of the week here as the rain comes down and more severe thunderstorms erupt. Forecasters warn of the dangers from flooding, strong winds, and tornadoes. She continues to lose wind energy as it spends the remainder of its life over land. But as it transitions into a tropical rainstorm, it will still be very capable of producing life-threatening conditions. According to AccuWeather, the most sudden of these dangers will be severe thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes. There's a sweep of dry air from the west that's often a key ingredient for rotating thunderstorms that can trigger tornadoes, and that threat will expand from the Gulf Coast to areas as far as Tennessee and as far east as Georgia and northern Florida. Through the overnight hours tonight here, we could still see some water spouts along the northeastern Gulf on into Friday. Aside from tornadoes and water spouts, strong winds associated with Francine will trend to become more isolated into the upcoming day. But nonetheless, towering showers and thunderstorms can drag some of those gusts down to the ground, producing winds strong enough to bring down tree limbs, power outages for much of the Mississippi, Alabama through the overnight hours tonight. Drenching rain will have a more widespread impact, though. Some of that rain will be beneficial as much of the south-central region, the interior southeast, and parts of the Midwest experiencing increasing dryness and drought conditions. Bands of excessive rain, though, are likely. Many inches of rain may pour down through Friday and beyond because Francine is forecast to stall due to high pressure and a sea of dry air to the north. The steering breezes of the leftover moisture are going to get kind of strung out over a narrow zone for hundreds of miles from northwest to a south fashion, where we'll see a broad area of 1 to 4 inches extending northward into the middle Mississippi and lower Ohio valleys, pockets of 4 to 8 inches of rain, and even locally higher amounts centered on Mississippi. Now, that's enough, obviously, to lead to flooding and low-lying in urban areas, as well as small streams and secondary rivers. Drivers, be very cautious. Secondary roads could be subject to rising water, blocked by falling trees, power lines. As that runoff works its way downstream, water levels will rise on the Tennessee, Ohio, and lower Mississippi rivers. Many segments of the Mississippi are very low right now, actually creating some problems for the tug and barge operators, so they would see a rise in water levels beneficial there. Moisture from Francine will become kind of intertwined with a budding area of moisture along the Carolina coast that could become a tropical feature here over the headed into the weekend. Moisture flowing off the Atlantic ahead of the future tropical rainstorm could result in many inches of rain falling further to the east than Francine actually produced. Exactly where that band of excessive rain is going to set up is critical, as life-threatening flash flooding could evolve days after the demise of Francine. Now, depending on its exact orientation, the band of torrential rain and flooding could affect some of the major metro areas, including Charlotte, North Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Huntsville, Alabama, the Atlanta metro area. Only a couple of these areas will likely bear the brunt of the heaviest, most problematic rainfall. But obviously, where the ground becomes saturated, any sudden gusts of wind can cause those poorly rooted trees to topple over. So we'll give you more on the, yes, as they're calling it, a home brew, a homegrown tropical feature. As Francis loses intensity over the weekend, that new tropical threat may emerge along the Carolina coast through the weekend and into next week. A home brew, that's a storm that forms close to the coast of the U.S. They're most common during the early part of the hurricane season. Of course, we're right at the peak of hurricane season right now. Forecasters have begun to refer to this as a tropical wind and rainstorm to raise public awareness of the anticipated impacts. All right, enough rain will fall to cause some flooding in urban and poor drainage areas. Some of Francine's energy may actually transfer to the warm Gulf Stream waters just off the East Coast this weekend. That's where a storm will brew and likely take on at least some tropical characteristics this weekend. It's not out of the question coastal interest in the Carolinas may have to deal with a landfalling tropical system early next week, with all the impacts of a tropical depression or maybe even tropical storm. We continue to monitor the area just off the Carolina and Georgia coasts for tropical development this weekend into early next week. That's AccuWeather's lead hurricane expert. This system has the potential to spread heavy rain to the Carolinas, perhaps the lower part of the mid-Atlantic, as it drifts to the west and northwest, kind of like a backdoor storm. Moving a direction, typically we're moving from west to east in some fashion. All right, might even garner a name. The next two names on the list of tropical storms for the Atlantic season will be Gordon and Helene. A developing mass of showers and thunderstorms over the eastern Atlantic will likely grab the name Gordon this week. That feature was upgraded to Tropical Depression 7 on Wednesday. This system could become the next hurricane in the Atlantic, but that system's going to remain offshore at sea for its duration. So that's not the homebrew. That's the other system out further to the east. But so something to pay attention to over the coming days. Meanwhile, as we kick things off, who we got on board? Philly Dan, as usual, right out of the box. TGIF. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Marianne is in the house. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 66 in Albany, New York tonight. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Then back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Saturday morning. Jerry, good morning. Thanks for helping to get us through this crazy world. Thank you very much, Jerry. Trump all the way, he says. All right, Shorty, where you at? I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. 66 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, 64 degrees in the far side of southwestern Ohio. Clear night. No UFOs spotted yet, but I'll keep you posted. 844-844-3388. That's the number to call if you spot any of those aerial phenomenon. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe, crank up the volume. Let's get this party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? CNN. Speaking of Big Ed, I haven't spoke to him since, well, Monday morning when we were kind of giving him accolades for his perfect pick six for college football last weekend. I think he'll probably be checking in sometime this morning to give us our update. Who's the picks for this upcoming college football weekend? Number 3, right?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, what do you say? Oil prices had been trending downward in recent weeks. Prices were up more than 2% yesterday as producers assessing the impact on output in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico after Francine tore through some of the offshore oil-producing areas. Over 730,000 barrels per day, nearly 42% of Gulf of Mexico oil output was shut in due to the storm. On Thursday, the Bureau of Safety and Environment announced West Texas Intermediate up $1.66, 2.5% to $68.97 a barrel. Brent crude futures up $1.36, nearly 2% to $71.97. Both contracts had gained more than 2% on Wednesday as companies evacuated offshore platforms due to Francine. The disruption estimated to reduce output this month from the Gulf by about 50,000 barrels per day. Some analysts cautioned that Francine's impact could be short-lived as it lost intensity rather quickly after making landfall in Louisiana Wednesday evening. This might turn the oil market's attention back to the lack of global demand right now. Oil and fuel export ports from South to Central Texas had already reopened this past day. Refineries were also ramping up after the storm. Concerns about weak global demand, particularly from the top importer, China, had weighed heavily on prices in recent weeks. Brent crude futures settled near a 3-year low, actually, on Tuesday, after OPEC Plus slashed their annual demand growth forecast for the second month in a row. International Energy Agency this past day lowered their 2024 demand growth forecast by more than 7% to 900,000 barrels per day, citing weak demand in China, feeble growth in other regions. The U.S., top consumer of oil, is also flashing signs of weak demand. Oil stockpiles rose again last week as crude imports grew. Exports dipped, fuel demand slumped, according to the Energy Information Administration details on Wednesday. Numbers have pretty much been going down starting at the conclusion of the Labor Day weekend, kind of like the official end of the summer driving season. Demand typically continues to drop as we head into the fall and winter months. Well, it's Friday. Good morning, Grump.
Yeah, good morning. And I'll tell you what, it's been a day of wrecks, and I had to get off of the Pennsylvania Turnpike on I-70 and go through take 30 over to Breezewood. At the 153, there's a accident eastbound that is covering both lanes, and traffic's dead stopped. It just happened. There isn't even any emergency vehicles there yet. Just as soon as they announced it, I hopped off the first exit and started going around it.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was backed up pretty bad. They had a fatality accident when I was coming through West Virginia on I-70 there by Dallas Pike. They had a fatality accident going westbound, and traffic was backed up about 8 miles then. Starting to back up really bad. They had, I tell you, too many emergency vehicles. Of course, every accident today, there's been tractor trailers involved in it. And I notice every week I come to the same place. And coming across I-70, Steve, there's not a day that goes by that I'm not griping at somebody in a damn truck that is 2 foot off my rear end.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell is going on with these drivers today, but the police actually, they need to get out here and start writing some good-sized tickets and stuff for this tailgating nonsense and slow some of these fools down. It's just been every week I come to the same place over here in Maryland, and every time you turn around, there's just accident. I'm seeing 4 and 5 a week now just coming out here.
Wow.
And it just seems like that there's no end to it. And, look, the driver itself, us, the American driver that's been in this business for a number of years, we're not the cause of these accidents. Government caused this. Government and their strict-ass regulations and the craziness that they've done has ran the good old American driver out. It's rapidly become a job an American won't do. And why is that? Because there is so many damn demands put on you criminally and everything else. These e-logs are making you rush constantly, and I'm sure you'll get somebody saying, well, no, you don't. The hell you don't. Them things right there, they're staring at a clock, and people are parking earlier to where you go to a truck into a truck stop, and parking places are just a suggestion now. Number one, they're all full, but you can't even get to the damn pumps, and people, the attendants and stuff, are just letting them park anywhere. But you get out here on the highway, and it's like Indy 500. They're just driving like fools. I've never seen anything like it. It's like this idiot that just went by me in this dump truck here. He's, speed limit's 45. I'm doing 45, and he's probably doing 65. Just blew by me and going off this hill here like nobody's business. And that's another thing that's just a suggestion is speed limit signs and things like that. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And standing, pulling up I had to fuel up, so I stopped at Dallas Pike. And pulled in there, and guys are parking back from the fuel island, like they're pulled up behind somebody that was actually fueling. And these idiots just get out, lock their truck up, go inside, get whatever they need. Meanwhile, the guy that's fueling pulls out, leaves, and here this moron's blocking the damn pumps.
Wow.
And, there was 4 of them today when I was there. 4 trucks sitting out here in the middle of the damn road blocking the pumps. Well, I went, after I weaved through them and got inside and fueled and pulled up and went inside, I said, is there a tenant or something, somebody that can tell these freaking idiots that are parked out here? And she's like, who is it? And I said, well, this moron right here, and pointed at this guy. Of course, he's got the funny hat on. He's got the turban on out of California. And I said, this moron right here is one of them. I saw him get out of his truck. So then they started, telling him to go out and move their trucks and stuff. But it just, there's nobody watching these things. And it's the mentality of these drivers is just, right now. I mean, they're coming over here on a visa. Number one, they're bringing their pissy driving habits with them. They don't care how they tailgate or anything else. The freight rates are down because of the economy. There's more trucks out here than there is freight right now. So you see these idiots that are out here trying to run harder to make the same amount of money.
Right. Hey, Grump, we pause as we hit news break bottom of the hour. Back after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. UK's Keir Starmer says Russia can end the war in Ukraine if it wants to. This comes after Vladimir Putin warned the West against giving Ukraine long-range missiles. The Russian president said if that does happen, the West would be joining that ongoing war with Ukraine and Russia, something Putin warns will, quote, alter the nature and scope of the conflict. Kyiv has for months now been lobbying to get American and British long-range missiles in order to be able to launch attacks inside Russian territory. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign called for a second debate after polls suggested she performed better during this week's showdown. Nick Harper is in Washington.
In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Kamala Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He said he won Tuesday night's debate. Following their encounter, the Harris campaign said that the vice president would welcome another face-off with the former president. Trump also debated Joe Biden back in June, the debate that effectively ended Biden's re-election bid following a halting, stumbling performance from the aging president.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are back on the road campaigning. It's 8 weeks until the election, and any additional voters they can secure in swing states could make all the difference, as Caroline Malone reports.
Kamala Harris is on the road in North Carolina, a state that traditionally votes Republican, but last went Democrat during Barack Obama's 2008 election. Donald Trump is in Arizona, another swing state where polls show he's neck and neck with Harris. While voters decide which way to go, security officials are prepping for potential post-election violence. They've designated January 6, 2025, when votes are due to be certified in Congress and the anniversary of the Capitol riots in 2021, as a national special security event, meaning it has an elevated security plan overseen by the Secret Service.
North Korea has offered a rare glimpse into a secret facility that produces weapons-grade uranium. According to state media, leader Kim Jong-un visited the area and called for stronger efforts to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons. Laura Westbrook has more.
Dressed in black, the photo of 40-year-old Kim Jong-un shows him with several officials walking along tall grey tubes. It's the North's first public disclosure of a uranium enrichment facility since it showed one at Yongbyon to visiting American scholars in 2010. In another photo, the North Korean leader is seen watching the test firing of multiple rockets at an undisclosed location. Observers say the latest unveiling is likely an attempt to apply more pressure on the US and its allies. The images could also provide outsiders with a valuable source of information for estimating the amount of nuclear ingredients that North Korea has produced.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, on a Friday, hello to the Michigan Madman. Ready for some racing? Hello. Good morning, Steve. This is the Mad Dog. 66 degrees down here in Cleves. Me and the old lady just sitting here listening to your familiar voice to the greatest weather forecast known to man. God bless you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. A big shout out to the Overnight Drive family. We hope everybody has a safe journey and a great weekend. Thank you very much, Jack. 007 checks in from the Flying J Truck Stop, Effingham, Illinois. There he is, Big Ed. I'm with you. Double Trucker, 65, clear in Lodi. We made it through another week. Hooked up, ready to head back to Western New York. I didn't know we're in international show with news offices in New Delhi. All right, I'll be listening later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Couple more. There's the Ice Cream Man checking in from South Carolina this morning. Let me get back and give Grump an opportunity to finish up there. But yeah, so the industry going to hell in a handbasket, as you say.
Yeah, I think the industry's just, right now, like I said, it's just they've ran good drivers out. The longevity out here anymore is about 3 to 5 years. If it's that anymore. We brought in, let's see, what was it, 2022, I believe it was, 2021. They said that about 18% of the drivers on the road then were visa drivers, and they've since increased it because, companies believe that, if they got a truck sitting out there, they need to have a butt in it, whether they got a load to go in the trailer or not. But that's just, they hope these guys will stay. And, the reason they bring them in, Steve, is because, 179 days on a visa, they can send them back home for a week and then bring them back for another 179 days and just, have them restamp their visa. They got to return at least once during the year. There's a lot of reasons why they're bringing them in here, but number one is that this overregulated industry is is running good drivers out. Old drivers are retiring, older drivers, and before they're even ready to retire, really. But they're they just had enough of it. This debacle of an e-log right now has caused accident rates to go through the roof for one reason: the need to speed. People, they're watching that clock and they're hauling butt down the road, and they don't care. They just don't care. But that's just the way way I see it. But something I've noticed something here. I got in an argument this morning with a guy in a restaurant. We're sitting there, and he's talking about how the Biden administration has really straightened out the inflation on this economy. And I said, "What dream world are you living in?" And he said, "Well, you can look at he brought up a couple of different charts, but they were world charts. They were global economic charts." And he said, we're 100th, in all the business, all the countries out here. I said, I don't give a rat's ass if we're, 1,000 or 2. I said, it does not matter in the United States where you are globally when you're going to the store, which is right down the street, to buy a dozen eggs. I said, you jump in the car and go to Canada and pick up your bread or something like that. Is that what you're saying? He said, no. I said, how can you sit here and tell us that inflation is down and it's manageable when you're still paying 30% higher for bread and eggs? Fuel prices fluctuate so much. 1 week it's $4 a gallon, next week it's down. Supply and demand, but it hasn't come from any demand. They go, oh, there you go again. He said, I'm telling you right now. He said, Biden's produced more oil than Trump ever did. I said, how do you figure? And he said, well, all you got to do is look at the amount of oil. I said, yeah, they include the oil that they released out of the strategic oil reserve. Trump never did that. I said, we've already paid for that oil. Where did the money go? They sold it on the open market. Hell, that oil went to China and other places other than for the people right here in the United States. I said, you don't understand that. This guy had a head like a concrete block, man. He looks at these far left websites and gets their numbers off of them, like Biden is doing something good. Kamala Harris is the next,
right.
She's just fantastic. And they don't understand the economics right now of supply and demand. They don't understand that one reason why, and he brought that up, he said, well, inflation, was because of the pandemic, but it was globally. Inflation's globally. And I said, you really are this stupid. I said, the number one, government, our dollar is the global currency. And when you got an idiot sitting in the White House that floods the market in PPP loans and giveaways to every Tom, Dick, and damn Harry, that puts more dollars out there. That's what drives inflation. Plus, when he did away with so many oil contracts and kicked people off of public lands and stopped the Keystone Pipeline and so many other things, that drove the oil prices through the roof. And he said, oh, that was Putin. That was Putin. I said, Putin makes up 6% of the damn oil, dude. I said, do you ever actually study up on anything? I said, he had so many tariffs put on him through Trump, that he had him pretty much contained. It was one reason why Putin never jumped on Ukraine. But what did Genius Joe do as soon as he got in office? Said, bye-bye tariffs, bye-bye this, bye-bye that. I'm executing order my ass off so that I can reverse everything Trump did, and we'll just drive this economy in the ground, and that way I'll blame it on Trump. And you got 22% of the freaking people out here that is dumb enough to believe that crap. And these undecideds are something else that's just, I'd just like to walk up and smack the snot out of one of them. It's not about Trump or Kamala. That's not what you need to be deciding about. It's about free speech. It's about a free economy, something that works for everybody. It's not about giveaways like Kamala says. I'm going to give $20,000 for people that wants to buy a house or whatever. Why? I mean, I don't understand that crap at all. It just I don't know, man. I'll be glad when this election's over. It's just it's just been absolutely nuts with you still got to poke yourself and say, really, are they really thinking about this idiot Kamala Harris as a viable candidate for presidency? I mean, somebody that I don't know. I don't want to say what she's done her entire life, but
someone that can make intelligent
I call her
decisions,
skanky vibes.
right? I think that personally, I think that we know Joe has not been running things for years. He's not in charge. Kamala's the perfect candidate to just continue down that path. Whoever's the puppet master there in D.C., Kamala will be at their bidding. All right, Grump, hey, have a good weekend. Have a better day. All right, looking at some of the ports there in Louisiana. Port Fourchon, Louisiana's southernmost port, which plays a role in furnishing the country with nearly 15% of our oil, said that they were moving into a recovery phase this past day after announcing a mandatory evacuation of all personnel on Tuesday. Port personnel are assessing facilities, clearing roadways. Water levels have receded, according to the port. Vessels and aircraft are not allowed to enter the port until the damage assessments are completed. Re-entry to the port will be phased. Meanwhile, the Port of New Orleans, that handles containerized and break bulk cargo, said normal operations were closed Thursday as well for damage assessment. Plans are to reopen that port today. U.S. Coast Guard reported that ports in Greater Baton Rouge, Plaquemines, and South Louisiana were also closed Thursday. Port Galveston in Texas was open with restrictions. President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Louisiana, which will be pivotal in saving lives and property, according to the governor there. The American Logistics Aid Network, that provides supply chain assistance to disaster relief organizations, said they're working with emergency responders and other nonprofits, monitoring the impacts of Francine, what impact she may have on supply chains, and coordinating requests for logistics assistance. Louisiana Department of Public Safety did waive some regulations for motor carriers, those providing direct assistance to those disaster relief efforts. Mississippi's governor has approved a similar measure. Hundreds of thousands were without power. I know 24 hours ago, I think we were in excess of 350, pushing toward 400,000. At this hour, they've come a long way, 145,000 and some change without power there in Louisiana. So making pretty quick progress. That's good. I'm sure most of those are probably closest to the coastal areas, deep in southern Louisiana. Good morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I know this is probably going to come as a shock, but I agree with Grump. We got some of the craziest drivers out here I've ever seen. I've been driving for 37 years, 22 with this company, and it's getting worse every day. And I'm not just talking about owner-operators, lease drivers, or company drivers. It's all of us. We're all responsible for what goes on out here. I know myself I could be a better driver than what I am, but I've got Tennessee to keep me on the straight and narrow. I'm scared to death of my insurance agent. I ain't scared of my wife. Oh, wait a minute. That's another lie I just told there. I better correct that. I'm scared of her too, you know. Well, you know, here's the biggest thing they get. Driving too fast for road conditions, a.k.a. speeding, following too close. You know, that's driving too fast for road conditions. That's what causes an accident most of the time there. You don't get rid of that speed limiter mandate? Drive a speed limit everywhere you go. We already got one. It's called a black and white sign, speed limit there. Every time you get a ticket, it just raises your insurance rates up just a little bit more. And the speed fine for speeding in a big truck in the state of Arkansas, it's $500 to $1,000 fine now. That's where I'm at right now, headed on my way down there to Dallas. You know, and we're getting these nuclear verdicts all the time, too. We've been talking about that the last couple of days. So,
yep.
I mean, and they're not going to go away there. But my personal opinion, Obama is the puppet master, see. And I think he's in control of all of them up there, and that's what's going to happen. I'm just hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. All right, enough of all that. I want to thank the Reds for letting the Cardinals win 2 out of 3 games.
Did they?
That
boy.
That was pretty nice of y'all. I appreciate that there. And I wouldn't believe all them crazy old polls they got up there. That said Kamala got her a big old bump after that debate. I wouldn't believe that.
Right.
The polls are all on who you asked and what questions you asked too. That'll influence it there. Well, Steve, I read on the drive that Caterpillar is secretly building parts for its rumored pickup truck. Imagine that, a Caterpillar pickup. Well, and then a sneaky Ferrari EV mule tries to fool us with fake sounds and a fake exhaust. Because, you know, if things don't make no noise,
right,
they'll pass you down there. You don't even know that they've even passed. I just want to say kudos to Grump. I know Grump don't care much about me because of my opinions there, but I have to say that he was spot on tonight. So have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll call in a little later on in that loneliest hour and try to play some college football out there. How about that?
All right.
Oh, and I only got about an inch of rain there at the house, but they're calling for that thing to stall out there at the house and just keep raining for days on end. So they ain't said when it's going to quit yet.
Okay, because it looks like the center's kind of right about maybe like Jonesboro, Arkansas. So you're getting kind of the wraparound from the west side. So yep, depending on exactly where it stalls out. I believe that is correct. Yeah, the heaviest rains tonight, northwestern Tennessee, western Kentucky, on down into the southernmost reaches of Illinois, southeast portions of Missouri. Got a decent line of thunderstorm activity up into moving into central Kentucky, north of Bowling Green. And that line extends all the way back to north of Knoxville and over into the westernmost reaches of North Carolina. Everything getting kind of expanded out.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Truck Driver Appreciation Week is about to kick off. All next week. It's got to make you feel special to be able to get 2 hot dogs for $1. That's how much we appreciate our truck drivers. I'm kidding. But not totally, because it makes you kind of wonder. That's a real deal, guys. Truck Driver Appreciation Week is here. Many companies showing their gratitude, offering discounts and deals. September 15 through 21. A chance for Americans who, within and outside the industry, can thank drivers for their hard work, skill, professionalism, and delivering the goods to keep our country rolling. Landline broke down some of the deals you'll find. 7 Fleet, if you're familiar with them, drivers who fuel at any 7 Fleet CFL with one of the company's restaurant brands, or you can receive a free item. A Speedy Cafe free 6-inch sub, or a Laredo taco-free chicken fajita taco. Or you can choose the Raise the Roost free classic chicken sandwich. Limit 1 per offer. And that is during Truck Driver Appreciation Week next week at all CFL locations, CFL only. OOIDA teaming up with Truckers Against Trafficking. And they're going to be offering Blue Tiger. So TATOOIDA, Blue Tiger USA, a giveaway on Facebook next week in an effort to honor the owner-operators who keep America running. Giving away 5 over-the-ear, hands-free Storm headsets. That's a result of the generous donation from Blue Tiger USA. All right, the giveaway is going to be announced on their respective Facebook pages on Monday. And you'll be able to enter through Wednesday of next week. I guess registration closes Wednesday at the midnight hour. Winners will be announced on Friday, September 20th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time. Love's Travel Stops, extending the National Truck Driver Appreciation Week throughout the month of September. You've got offers you can redeem through the Love's Loyalty Program, My Love Rewards, and the Love's Connect app. You'll earn double My Love reward points on any in-store merchandise purchase this month. Just add the mobile deal to your rewards card. You can get a premium bundle truck wash at the deluxe bundle price by adding the mobile deal to your card. Free driver appreciation hat with the purchase of 3 packs of gloves. Weekly discounts on various food items through the My Love Rewards card or the Love's Connect app. And $10 back in Love Rewards points on any oil or professional maintenance purchase. Racetrack locations said they'll be celebrating Truck Driver Appreciation Week for the whole month as well. All September. Once per week you can get a free any-size hot coffee. Starting, I guess, that was earlier this week. I guess now continuing through the 15th, you can get a free slice of pizza. 16th to the 22nd, a free classic breakfast sandwich. And September 23rd through 30th, you can get a free cheeseburger. As a token from Pilot Flying J, you can enjoy exclusive savings through the My Rewards Plus app at participating Flying J, Pilot, and 19 travel centers. 3 free drinks every week. That would include Pilot Coffee, fountain drinks, top-selling beverage brands from the cooler, exclusive discounts on popular snack items. Military and veteran drivers will also receive discounts on snacks in addition to the 10% discount for military on food and beverage. And lastly, Sheetz Locations. What do we have? Celebrating Truck Driver Appreciation Week. All month long, 2 hot dogs for $1. There you go. A free bag of fries, F-R-Y-Z, with any purchase. Buy one 12-ounce Zoa energy drink, get another free. And let's see, with any $10 purchase, you get a free case, 24-pack case of water. You can choose the Nestle Pure Life or Dasani water. That's not bad. Free case of water there. Those offers available at My Sheetz Reward, members at all Sheetz 740-plus locations. So there you go. We'll get some football picks coming up.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign had called for a second debate between the pair after polls suggested she performed better during Tuesday night's showdown. In a post on Truth Social, though, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He also said he won Tuesday's debate. The United States Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the U.S. Department of Justice. In a speech on Thursday, he condemned conspiracy theories, falsehoods, intimidation, and threats of actual violence against public servants in recent years. Ever since Benji High reports.
We will not allow this department to be used as a political weapon.
Merrick Garland promising to fiercely protect his Justice Department's integrity, impartiality and independence in the face of unfounded allegations of bias from one man in particular who wasn't mentioned by name. Former President Donald Trump has continually lashed out at the DOJ and its staff over investigations into him which resulted in criminal indictments. He was charged for his attempts to overturn his election loss in 2020 and for allegedly withholding classified documents after leaving office, then obstructing efforts to get them back. Trump brands his prosecution as politically motivated persecution, doubling down on his vindictive pledge to go after, even jail, officials who prosecuted him.
A tropical cyclone is ripping through the south of the United States with tornado and flood watches in several places across multiple US states. More than 300,000 people are already without power as Francine continues to cause havoc across the country. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
After making landfall as a hurricane, Francine weakened to a tropical storm late Wednesday night local time. It brought record daily rainfall to New Orleans in Louisiana. On Wednesday, Francine produced wind gusts up to 78 miles or 125 kilometers per hour. The U.S. National Weather Service forecast heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southeast through Thursday.
2 civilian astronauts have successfully completed the first ever spacewalk conducted by a commercial crew. FSN's Kate Fisher has more.
The Polaris Dawn mission is a collaboration between Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jared Isaacman, the billionaire entrepreneur who is leading it. All 4 crew members were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only 2 left the capsule. The spacewalk is seen as a key milestone in SpaceX's goal of visiting other planets and one day fulfilling Musk's hope of sending people to Mars.
For Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking back today at Tuesday night's events in the American election. All eyes, of course, were on the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and most observers are arguing that the vice president won it, successfully getting under Donald Trump's skin, even to the point of laying rhetorical traps into which he fell, getting goaded into talking about crowd size, for example, instead of forcing the vice president to focus on the question that she had been asked about the country's immigration crisis on its southern border with Mexico and her record of trying to address it. But while Kamala Harris may have emerged the victor from the debate, it is less clear whether she answered the call by 28% of American voters in last weekend's New York Times survey to give them a much clearer idea of what she actually plans to do if she wins in November and takes office next January. And while the debate itself may well be remembered for Donald Trump's fact-free assertion that illegal immigrants are killing pets for food in one Ohio city, the night's most potent mover of votes may not have been on the debate stage at all. The announcement by Taylor Swift that she's endorsing Kamala Harris and encouraging young Americans to line up behind her may have moved more support in the direction of Democrats than anything the vice president herself managed during the 90-minute TV encounter. With more than 500 million social media followers, she may have moved more votes than the candidates. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The United States Attorney General has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. And a tropical cyclone is continuing to rip through the south of the United States, with tornado and flood watches in place across several US states. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
righty, back at it here. Underway Friday. Yes, Friday the 13th. Look out. Are you with me, Big Ed?
I'm with you. Friday the 13th. 13th's my lucky day. That's always my lucky number, believe it or not. I take pride in 13, Steve.
It's not supposed to work that way. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Well, it ain't, but I'm a different animal. You know, Glenda and I was married January the 13th. So,
Princess and I,
was born July the 13th.
Our wedding was on the 13th as well. It was in August the 13th. It was a Saturday the 13th, but yes, indeed.
See, there you go. You should embrace it. You should embrace it. That's when your life
my lucky day, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I've always embraced 13, because my oldest granddaughter was born July the 13th. So, yeah, I love that 13th number. I've never had no bad luck with them. Knock on wood. Right quick before I go to prognosticating over for college football, did you see where Gavin Newsom vetoed California legislation bill of giving up $150,000 to illegals to purchase a home? Did you see that?
I did not.
Well, I posted a link to it on my Facebook page. You might want to go read it. I found it real interesting.
So what, Newsom, he ultimately decided it would be too expensive, I guess? I mean, the damn state's broke. They're broke again already.
Right. That's basically what it amounts to. He knows they ain't got the money to do that. And, but, that's what Kamala Harris is talking about, too, of giving people a break on their first-time home buyers. But she just ain't talking about the American citizens, people. She's talking about everybody. Now, did anybody give you a break on your first-time home buying experience?
No, sir.
No, sir. And if people think that that's going to happen, it's just like the student loan thing. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, she speaks a big game, but making it happen's another story, It's like she said she wants to unify the country. Well, I heard that from Joe Biden. Day one, he went to doing everything he could to separating everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Sorry, I don't buy into your rhetoric, Miss Harris, and those people that follow Taylor Swift. I wonder how many of them go to the damn store and pay $6 for a can of pork and beans. Because, my God, do you do any of the grocery shopping, Steve?
Princess does most of the ordering, and then I kind of go pick it up. But I know prices are up.
Oh, so you don't go into you do your ordering online and then picking it up?
Exactly. Yeah.
Which I ain't knocking it. I like to go in the store and look at the prices. And, when I find myself buying Great Value, that's probably the cheapest brand out there versus a name brand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all you can afford, And it's because of the high cost of fuel getting the product to the stores. I can go to my local store, and they're a little bit higher than if I'll go 20 miles north to Enid up there, where they got several big shopping centers, and they might be $1.50 difference. By the time I buy gas getting up there, well, I've lost the money I was trying to save anyway. So you got to be real selective, and like I say, I don't think Taylor Swift gives a hill of beans about how much it costs to try to buy a house or buy groceries, or buy gas.
No.
So you people that follow her, you take her advice. Well, okay. I got some beachfront property I want to sell you over in the middle of New Mexico. So anyway, that's my spew on politics for tonight. But I'm like Grump. I'll be glad when this is all over with, Steve. I really will. No matter who we get. I'm going to have to figure out how to survive. And then, personally, I hope my grandkids grow up under the capitalist economic way we live, and not the socialist communist way they want to take us. Okay, let's see here, Mr. Steve. I do know the Pac-12 is trying to become viable again, because with Pac-12 you only got Oregon State and Washington State, and based on what I was reading today, they're going to try to raid 4 teams off the Mountain West, and that would be Colorado State, Boise State, California, and I believe San Diego State. I'm joining the Pac-12 so they can stay in the what they call the Tier 5 conferences. They're going to have to get at least a couple more out of them after them 4. But it's good to see that Oregon State and Washington State still want to keep the Pac-12 a viable conference in NCAA football. So I'm glad to see that. Now, how strong that conference will be, that's another story. Well, I'll tell you, Steve, it's kind of there's several trap games going on this week.
Okay.
But I'll touch on them in a minute. We're going with Alabama versus Wisconsin. Number 4, Alabama. Well, naturally, I'm going with Alabama, and they're playing up at Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin will give them a pretty good first half test, but then I think the second half Alabama will pull away with it. So I feel like that's an easy pick. Then we're going with LSU versus South Carolina. Number 16 LSU. I feel like old Beamer has got South Carolina going in the right direction. And so I'm going with South Carolina, even though they ain't ranked over 16 ranked LSU.
Wow. Okay. That's a big pick.
Yeah, big time. Missouri versus Boston College. Now, this is a trap game. I can assure you it is. I believe it's O'Brien, the coach at Boston College. He's an old chess master at calling offensive plays. They're ranked 24 going against Mizzou at home. Missouri's 6th ranked, but I think Missouri will pull it off. But that could be a trap game for them. But I'm going with Missouri.
Okay.
So then we have Kansas State versus Arizona. 14 Kansas State versus 20 Arizona. Tulane gave Kansas State a fit last week, but they're playing at home, and I think the K-State will pull that off. But it's going to be a tough game. It's not going to be easy for any stretch of the imagination. Now we're getting down to a trap game, and that's Oklahoma versus Tulane. And they're playing down there in Norman, and I for the life of me, cannot pick Oklahoma. I just don't think that they're going to be able to score enough points to beat Tulane. Now, what Tulane is going to do, now this is the trap game. What Tulane's going to do, they're going to introduce Oklahoma to a pass defense that they haven't seen. And I think that's going to make the difference. Because really Oklahoma ain't got no running game. And so when you look at their passing offense, I think Tulane's got the defense that'll shut them down. I think it'll be maybe a field goal, but I'm going to pick Tulane to beat Oklahoma. That's a trap game. Then we got Notre Dame versus Purdue. And I'm not ready to give up on Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame, even though I believe they're playing at Purdue, I didn't really look at it, but I'm going to say Notre Dame's going to have a bounce back game and beat Purdue. that's my picks, man.
There you go. Picks.
Did you write them down?
I got them down. I was writing as you were talking. So, yes, indeed.
So, there was a couple other games I was interested in, such as the Oregon State. That's usually a pretty good slobber knocker, but I think Oregon will win that. But that's not a pick.
Yeah.
And then another one that really catches my interest, but it'd be too easy to pick, and that's Georgia and Kentucky. And if Georgia don't go in there and mop Kentucky up, then Georgia ain't what we think they are. But I didn't want to pick that either, so I just stayed away from those games.
Okay.
So the ones I picked are going to be probably your better games to watch if you're interested or listening to in football. And that's what my picks are. I stand by them, and I'm at 9-3 right now. We'll see where we're at come Sunday or Monday night.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Big Ed, are you with me? All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, it is Friday. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day it is. Got the usual run tonight. I would have left the yard sooner, but when your reefer trailer goes on defrost before leaving the yard, food safety comes first. So you wait for it to cycle through before trying to get out as a precaution. I keep wishing Francine would send some of that rain a little further north. The severe drought, it's getting worse, expanding to cover more and more territory. Skies are clouding up a bit, a nice breeze, 69 degrees, Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. Roki, good morning there. All right, since we're not here live on a Saturday morning, September the 14th, going back to 2008. And I remember so well, it was a Sunday afternoon where the remnants of what was Hurricane Ike, who had lost intensity, but teamed up with another disturbance in this region, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, whipping up 75-mile-per-hour winds, millions without power. Yeah, living among the cornfields, I was only without power for about 4 hours, so he got lucky. But at the time, yes, I remember driving to work in the evening, and in this town, nearly the entire city was without power. No street lights on the interstates, no lights in what would always be very lit-up areas with businesses and car dealerships and all that. It was downright eerie. And had the generators running outside the studios, the big diesel generators helping to keep us on the air. Hello, Brain Dad. Sorry I'm late to the party, but happy Casual Friday. Hope you have plenty of skull busters this weekend. 66, some rain in the area at the West Memphis International Airport Hair Care Nail Salon and Chinese Buffet. It's been really great to have all this rain, as it was great sleeping weather here in the rain on the roof. All right, so it's time to head to the warehouse and grab a Jackson, Tennessee and Paris, Tennessee run. Oh, and ask that dingbat person if she knows why did they replace the grass with cardboard at the swamp. That's because they look good on paper. Let's see. Are we indeed one day closer to the greatest day of the week? But no.
Good morning, Steve. Yes, it is the Captain Ron impersonator. I am under orders from Captain Ron to announce to everybody, yes, it's one day closer to Monday.
The greatest day of the week.
Day of the week.
Yes.
Oh, man, that leaves a bad taste in your mouth, but somebody's got to do it. Hey, Steve, I got something else. Charlie's on hold here to do a report. Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Yeah. Well, we had a report from the Rambler this evening. Spoke to him earlier. He is high and dry. Yes, he's out of the rain, and yes, he's been smoking the devil's lettuce. Yep, that's right, folks. He's back on the lettuce. Yep, high and dry. I hope everybody has a safe night, and take care, and have a great weekend.
The unofficial Charlie Parkinson, Captain Ron impersonator. All right, who sent this my way? I'm trying to... Robert. If it be true. I had a report. Yes, Robert, I had the one from the Gateway Pundit. I think it was somebody else. I printed the email, and I may have deleted it. Oh, Blade Runner. There you are. It was Blade Runner who says, if true, the ABC News presidential debate could be rocked by an explosive scandal. If you remember, back in time, thanks to WikiLeaks, we discovered that Hillary was given the questions before a CNN Democrat primary debate back in 2016 by Donna Brazile, who was a CNN contributor. Recall that? CNN got her to resign afterwards. Did it happen again with ABC? That is the question. We'll see, but if I had to guess, I would say yes. Kamala was way too prepared for every single question. Many of us have been thinking along that line. So the report he sends my way says, anyone who watched the debate Tuesday on ABC knows the moderators were biased and repeatedly fact-checked Trump while letting Kamala, her lies go unchallenged. Yeah, we kind of expected that to happen, as the bias and the conflicts of interest of the moderators and the network as a whole are well known. However, there are reports now that an ABC News whistleblower is about to come forward with evidence that Kamala was given sample questions before the debate. Reports that indicate they were provided separate assurances that Trump would be fact-checked and Harris would not. Now, these are reports that appear to originate from a post via X, a user who says he or she will release an affidavit from an ABC whistleblower regarding the debate. And I quote, "I will be releasing an affidavit from an ABC whistleblower regarding the debate. I have just signed a non-disclosure agreement with the attorney of the whistleblower. The affidavit states how the Harris campaign was given sample questions and were essentially the same questions." Let me see here. And the whole fact that Donald Trump would be fact-checked, she would not be fact-checked. Accordingly, the affidavit states several other factors that were built into the debate to give Kamala a significant advantage. The Post continues, "I've seen and read the affidavit, and after the attorney blacks out the name of the whistleblower and other information that could dox the whistleblower, I will release the full affidavit. I will be releasing this before the weekend is out." Obviously, this would not be the first time that a left-leaning network helped a Democrat's presidential campaign. Now, that said, he says, "I'm kind of skeptical. If such a whistleblower exists, the individual would likely speak with someone well-known with a reputation that people would trust, or maybe negotiate with a news network. Who is this supposed ex-user? And why is this individual getting the scoop?" It could all be nothing. Yeah, there were problems with the debate, that's for sure. Conflicts of interest, unprecedented bias of the moderators. But what advantage would having the questions in advance really give? Well, I think that's self-explanatory.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. UK's Keir Starmer says Russia can end the war in Ukraine if it wants to. This comes after Vladimir Putin warned the West against giving Ukraine long-range missiles. The Russian president said if that does happen, the West would be joining that ongoing war with Ukraine and Russia, something Putin warns will, quote, alter the nature and scope of the conflict. Kyiv has for months now been lobbying to get American and British long-range missiles in order to be able to launch attacks inside Russian territory. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign called for a second debate after polls suggested she performed better during this week's showdown. Nick Harper is in Washington.
In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Kamala Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He said he won Tuesday night's debate. Following their encounter, the Harris campaign said that the vice president would welcome another face-off with the former president. Trump also debated Joe Biden back in June, the debate that effectively ended Biden's re-election bid following a halting, stumbling performance from the aging president.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are back on the road campaigning. It's 8 weeks until the election, and any additional voters they can secure in swing states could make all the difference, as Caroline Malone reports.
Kamala Harris is on the road in North Carolina, a state that traditionally votes Republican, but last went Democrat during Barack Obama's 2008 election. Donald Trump is in Arizona, another swing state where polls show he's neck and neck with Harris. While voters decide which way to go, security officials are prepping for potential post-election violence. They've designated January 6, 2025, when votes are due to be certified in Congress and the anniversary of the Capitol riots in 2021, as a national special security event, meaning it has an elevated security plan overseen by the Secret Service.
North Korea has offered a rare glimpse into a secret facility that produces weapons-grade uranium. According to state media, leader Kim Jong-un visited the area and called for stronger efforts to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons. Laura Westbrook has more.
Dressed in black, the photo of 40-year-old Kim Jong-un shows him with several officials walking along tall grey tubes. It's the North's first public disclosure of a uranium enrichment facility since it showed one at Yongbyon to visiting American scholars in 2010. In another photo, the North Korean leader is seen watching the test firing of multiple rockets at an undisclosed location. Observers say the latest unveiling is likely an attempt to apply more pressure on the US and its allies. The images could also provide outsiders with a valuable source of information for estimating the amount of nuclear ingredients that North Korea has produced.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's on tap for the weekend? Well, hello to the Dingbat. This is nothing like delivering nice warm pizza in these rainy conditions. It's a nice but flood of a night. 66 degrees, rain at the lovely West Memphis International Airport. Tonight's been really great to have all this rain. Definitely peaceful sleeping weather. Like Braindead said, hearing the rain on the roof. All right, not hearing him snoring, rattling the house, and the windows on top of that. Oh, yeah, and ask that crazy brain-dead person of mine this question. How many Tennessee fans does it take to eat a possum? It takes two. One to eat and one to watch out for traffic. Oh, and tell Senor Heatwave, go Gators! All right, Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy 60 in Whiteville, Virginia. We also need some rain. According to the weather station atop the GMA and B&S Enterprises, we've got less than 1/10 of an inch of rain in the month of September thus far. Dry. Yep, everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, meanwhile, heads up. In the state of Ohio, what they're calling the smallest of a group of superloads will be making its way through Ohio this weekend. This will be the 17th of nearly 24 superloads being transported from Adams County, Ohio, along the Ohio River to Licking County, starting today, Friday the 13th. This load expected to be delivered on Sunday. Now, this one measures 17 feet 4 inches tall, 18 feet wide, and 86 feet long. Weighs about 129,000 pounds. It's actually the smallest of the superloads being delivered to the new Intel plant there. But according to the Department of Transportation, the load will be transported through Adams, Scioto, Pike, and Ross counties beginning 8:15 this morning, Friday the 13th, after the last school bus passes that location. Then will be transported along US 52 East, US 23 North, 35 West, State Route 104. It'll be stored overnight at the Ross County Fairgrounds. Then Saturday, it'll be driving through Ross, Pickaway, and Franklin counties starting at 9 a.m. Sunday, September 15, the load will make its way through Franklin, Fairfield, and Licking counties beginning at 6:30 a.m. And as with the previous superloads, it causes quite the traffic backup, delays. Some of the previous loads have weighed in excess of 900,000 pounds, though. Needing water in the Mississippi River Valley, right? Well, they're getting some right now that may help raise water levels here in the coming days, but the water level is unusually low for the third straight year, forcing the barge companies to put limits on how much cargo they can carry and cutting into farm profits. It was just 2 months ago that, believe it or not, much of the Mississippi was above flood stage, north of St. Louis. Since that time, the level has been dropping steadily. The area south of St. Louis has been hit especially hard, mirroring the low water concerns we had about this same time of year, both last year and in 2022. As part of the fallout, barge companies are forced to limit the soybeans, grain, and other cargo they can carry to prevent barges from potentially getting stuck. And that means less profit for farmers. About 60% of the grain exports taken by barge down the Mississippi to New Orleans, where the corn, soybeans, and wheat is stored and ultimately transferred for shipment to other countries. It's an efficient way to transport crops. A typical group, though, of 15 barges lashed together carries as much cargo as about 1,000 trucks. With cargoes limited, the Department of Agriculture's most recent grain transportation report showed that for the week ending August 31, 480,750 tons of grain moved on barges, a 17% drop from the week prior to that. Meanwhile, costs were up sharply. Freight rates originating in St. Louis, 8% higher than the same period last year, 57% higher compared to the 3-year average. Freight rates originating in Memphis were 10% higher than last year, 63% higher than the 3-year average. Consumers won't necessarily feel much impact, but the farmers will. According to the executive director of the Iowa-based Soy Transportation Coalition, when you've got a transportation cost increase in any industry, the question is, do I pass those costs on to the consumer in the form of a higher price? Farmers usually don't have that option because their product that moves on barges is being sold internationally. If American soybean prices rise, the foreign buyer can purchase from another country. It was just July when the Mississippi hit major flood levels in places like Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, forcing some people to get around by boat. all that water flowing down from the upper Mississippi was offset by drought in states along the Ohio River that feeds into the Mississippi at Cairo, Illinois. Rainfall in places like Ohio and West Virginia has been minimal all summer long, and it got worse in August. The drought is growing, according to the Corps of Engineers office in Memphis, Tennessee, where they held a news conference on Wednesday. As a result, the Mississippi River south of Cairo is just a few feet higher than the record low levels we saw in several places last year and currently are still dropping. One of the deputy engineers for the Memphis District of the Corps said dredging operations are being moved around on a frequent basis as worrisome spots pop up. Over the last few years, we got very good at looking ahead, applying those resources in a very strategic manner. Okay. Now, Francis, as we know, is expected to bring several inches of rain to much of the lower Mississippi River, including up to 4 inches of rain in Memphis here over the next several days. It'll take a bit of time. I don't know how much of a significant rise that would bring to the Mississippi as a whole. All right, meanwhile, where do we go from here? I had an update in regards to the shooting that took place in Georgia. Here we go. This is a lot of new information. The student accused of killing 4 at the high school shooting rode the school bus that morning with that semi-automatic rifle concealed in his backpack, according to investigators confirming this past day. Colt Gray then left his second period classroom after getting permission to go to the front office. But he hid from teachers in a bathroom before emerging to begin the assault, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Barrow County Sheriff, Judd Smith. Now, these new details fill in some of the key questions about how the 14-year-old got a gun that could not be folded down to the school in Winder before a shooting that killed 2 students, 2 teachers. Marcy Gray, the mother, of course, said that she called the school in a panic on that morning after getting a text message from her son saying, quote, "I'm sorry." She said Colin, the boy's father, received similar text messages that morning. Marcy said school officials told her on that call that they were already worried about her son's behavior. He enrolled at the school after that had already begun on August 1st. The counselor said, well, I want to let you know that earlier this morning, one of Colt's teachers sent me an email that Colt had been making references to school shootings. Marcy Gray and other relatives on her side of the family have said they had sought the school's assistance the week before the shooting to get psychiatric treatment for Colt. I wanted Colt to be admitted to an inpatient treatment, she says. And Colt was on board with it. Indeed, a school employee went to look for Gray the morning of the shooting, but confused him with a fellow student with the same last name and similar first name. By that time, Gray had left his second period algebra class, going to the bathroom instead of the front office. The 13,000 students at Barrow County's other schools returned to classes on Tuesday. Officials have not announced a restart date for the other 1,900 students that attended Appalachia High School. They gave a timeline of what happened on that day based on statements by authorities and reporting by the Associated Press. 8:15 a.m., first period begins. Officials haven't said what class Colt Gray was scheduled for or if he attended, but they did confirm he rode the school bus carrying a semi-automatic assault rifle hidden in his backpack. 9:38 a.m., first period ends. Students have 7 minutes to change to their next class. 9:45, second period begins. Student Layla Sarayeth said she briefly saw Gray in the algebra class where the two sat next to each other. Investigators say Gray left the classroom asking to go speak to someone in the front office, but instead took his backpack with the gun inside and hid in a bathroom. 9:50 a.m., Marcia, Colt's mother, calls the high school from 200 miles away in Fitzgerald, Georgia, to warn that her son was having a, quote, extreme emergency after getting that text saying, "I'm sorry." Marcy said a counselor said that they had received an email earlier that morning from one of Colt's teachers saying he'd been talking about school shootings. She urged them to find her son. Call logs show that call lasted until 10 a.m., a 10-minute conversation. So 9:45 a.m. to 10:20 a.m., an administrator comes to the algebra classroom looking for the student with the last name and a similar first name to Colt Gray. When the other student returns, he tells Sarayeth that the administrator was actually looking for Colt. In the meantime, the teachers called on the intercom. About 10:20 a.m., Colt approaches the door of the algebra classroom. As the intercom buzzes again, the teacher responds, "Oh, he's here." Seeing Gray outside the classroom door, she says, when students go to open the door, which automatically locks from the inside when closed, she said they backed away. They saw Colt's gun. He turned away through the window of the door, and she said she heard 10 or 15 consecutive gunshots. People are shot in the hallway and inside at least one classroom, others in the halls scrambling for safety. According to some students, the 3 teachers who are shot are trying to protect students. 10:23, after multiple employees press wireless panic buttons embedded in their employee badges, the school goes into lockdown. The massive law enforcement response begins. Students in their classrooms who hear the gunshots begin texting and calling their parents. 10:26 a.m., the two school resource officers assigned to Appalachia High School approach Gray in the hall, at which point Gray immediately surrenders and is taken into custody. About 11 a.m., law enforcement officers begin searching Colin and Colt Gray's house east of Winder. At the school, officers go from classroom to classroom, first looking for more people with injuries or other shooters. Later, officers evacuate students to the football field as hundreds of parents were rushing to the campus. Several hours later, 1 p.m., the school begins releasing students to their parents to be taken home, and they've not been back to class since. All right, what kind of backpack can you conceal that type of a weapon in is my question. And is it a two-piece? It had to be like a two-piece disassembled. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, yes, indeed, got our Casual Friday underway. See what's going on with Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Another day out here on the road, Steve. Yeah, I'm over out here rolling right now. Well, no, I'm not rolling. I'm getting ready to start rolling around about 2 or 3 o'clock after I finish talking to you. Yeah, I'm over here in Virginia tonight. Over here on 95, getting ready to head to South Carolina, I guess. Got to be there in the morning, so yeah, I'm getting ready to start rolling. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of new issues to talk about tonight. A couple of new things that's going on. So yeah, let's start off by talking about good old Joe Biden once again. Good old Joe Biden. You know something, Steve. There's a lot of people who don't know what to think about this situation with Joe Biden. But I think it's just the guy just doesn't even know where he's at, just like Trump's been saying for the last couple of weeks, couple of months. I mean, you probably seen the video, or you might even heard about it. Biden I think he was in Pennsylvania yesterday at this deal for the airplane that went down, and they said that there was some men in the audience with a Donald Trump hat on. Yeah. Donald Trump hat.
Yes, he did.
And he gave Joe Biden the hat, and Joe Biden put the hat on, a Donald Trump hat. Supposedly his worst enemy, Biden. But a lot of people are saying that Joe Biden did that for a reason. That he did that because he doesn't support Donald Trump, but he doesn't like the way that the Democrats kicked him out the door. That's what Trump is saying. That he said that on the debate the other night that Joe Biden is an angry man. Joe Biden, like I told you before, when he stepped out, Steve, that wasn't a voluntarily stepping out deal with Joe Biden out of the race. That he was forced out by Pelosi and Obama and some of the other top people in the Democratic Party. You don't go from one day saying you stand in to a couple of days later saying you're stepping out. He was forced out, and nobody would be happy about that situation to have your career end like that. But like I said, I guess they did him a favor by letting him continue on as president, which he's not doing a good job at all of. They should have just went on here and took the whole damn thing away from him. So you're not running for president, and you're also out of the White House too. That would have been the right thing to do, getting the whole deal. Because this guy here is basically useless at this point, Steve. The world is on fire right now, as Trump has been saying. You got stuff breaking out all over the place, Ukraine and Russia. When has Joe Biden tried to? Let me ask you a question, Steve, and anybody else that want to call in tonight. When has Joe Biden talked about setting up a summit meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, all three of them coming to the table and sitting down, trying to see if we can solve this deal and end this damn war? Well, explain. Do you know of? Have you ever heard of such of a date? Because I don't know of. And then another deal. When has Joe Biden tried to set up some kind of a date or meeting with Hamas and the Israel president to try to end this situation and try to come to some kind of agreement? So this one here, Joe Biden hasn't done neither one of them. Donald Trump is already saying that if he's president, that he was going to sit down and he can get this thing solved with Russia and Israel. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, as far as Zelensky's concerned, or Vladimir Putin and Zelensky, there was an agreement that was already ready to be signed off on, and the Biden administration kind of withdrew that. They screwed the pooch on that one. How many times? They've had Anthony Blinken, they've had mediators and negotiators meeting with the likes of Egypt and I think United Arab Emirates. They've been working on some sort of a deal for quite some time. I think Hamas, time after time after time, though, has been refusing to accept the terms of the ceasefire agreements. I mean, I believe I might still have the report over here. At some point this week, Hamas made it sound like they're ready for a deal to implement a ceasefire, which would include releasing the living, how many hostages are left. So we will pause right there, though, as we close out hour number 2. Here comes a Friday the 13th, no less. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign had called for a second debate between the pair after polls suggested she performed better during Tuesday night's showdown. In a post on Truth Social, though, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He also said he won Tuesday's debate. The United States Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the U.S. Department of Justice. In a speech on Thursday, he condemned conspiracy theories, falsehoods, intimidation, and threats of actual violence against public servants in recent years. Ever since Benji Hire reports.
We will not allow this department to be used as a political weapon.
Merrick Garland promising to fiercely protect his Justice Department's integrity, impartiality, and independence in the face of unfounded allegations of bias from one man in particular who wasn't mentioned by name. Former President Donald Trump has continually lashed out at the DOJ and its staff over investigations into him which resulted in criminal indictments. He was charged for his attempts to overturn his election loss in 2020 and for allegedly withholding classified documents after leaving office, then obstructing efforts to get them back. Trump brands his prosecution as politically motivated persecution, doubling down on his vindictive pledge to go after, even jail, officials who prosecuted him.
A tropical cyclone is ripping through the south of the United States with tornado and flood watches in several places across multiple US states. More than 300,000 people are already without power as Francine continues to cause havoc across the country. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
After making landfall as a hurricane, Francine weakened to a tropical storm late Wednesday night local time. It brought record daily rainfall to New Orleans in Louisiana. On Wednesday, Francine produced wind gusts up to 78 miles or 125 kilometers per hour. The U.S. National Weather Service forecast heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southeast through Thursday.
2 civilian astronauts have successfully completed the first ever spacewalk conducted by a commercial crew. FSN's Kate Fisher has more.
The Polaris Dawn mission is a collaboration between Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jared Isaacman, the billionaire entrepreneur who is leading it. All 4 crew members were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only 2 left the capsule. The spacewalk is seen as a key milestone in SpaceX's goal of visiting other planets and one day fulfilling Musk's hope of sending people to Mars.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking back today at Tuesday night's events in the American election. All eyes, of course, were on the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and most observers are arguing that the vice president won it, successfully getting under Donald Trump's skin, even to the point of laying rhetorical traps into which he fell, getting goaded into talking about crowd size, for example, instead of forcing the vice president to focus on the question that she had been asked about the country's immigration crisis on its southern border with Mexico and her record of trying to address it. But while Kamala Harris may have emerged the victor from the debate, it is less clear whether she answered the call by 28% of American voters in last weekend's New York Times survey to give them a much clearer idea of what she actually plans to do if she wins in November and takes office next January. And while the debate itself may well be remembered for Donald Trump's fact-free assertion that illegal immigrants are killing pets for food in one Ohio city, the night's most potent mover of votes may not have been on the debate stage at all. The announcement by Taylor Swift that she's endorsing Kamala Harris and encouraging young Americans to line up behind her may have moved more support in the direction of Democrats than anything the vice president herself managed during the 90-minute TV encounter. With more than 500 million social media followers, she may have moved more votes than the candidates. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The United States Attorney General has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. And a tropical cyclone is continuing to rip through the south of the United States, with tornado and flood watches in place across several US states. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. On a Friday, I was trying to pull up the rest of the story. Eagle was asking about, have we done anything to negotiate a deal? This was earlier this week, I think Wednesday, after meetings with Qatar and Egyptian mediators in Doha Wednesday. Hamas said they're ready to adopt Joe Biden's long gestating ceasefire deal, originally proposed all the way back in May. As pressure grows on Benjamin Netanyahu to bring home hostages, Hamas said their lead negotiator met with Qatar's prime minister and Egypt's intelligence chief. Group said they had discussed developments concerning the Palestinian cause, the aggression of the Gaza Strip, without indicating talks had resulted in a breakthrough. After months of behind-the-scene negotiations, mediated by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, have failed to secure a halt in fighting. With the exception of a one-week truce back in late November. During that single pause in the now 11-month war, 105 hostages were released to Israel in exchange for 240 Palestinian prisoners under that deal. So I haven't seen any further updates, but they're trying to work out a deal. But time and time again, Hamas has been the one that's actually been preventing any sort of a deal from coming to fruition. But all right, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you looking up that information. But, yeah, like I say, I know they're trying to make some deals done, but I'm talking about the president. I know Joe Biden has to send other people because he basically can't do anything. Now he has to send, like you say, Blinken and his other people, to Europe and to these other places to do the talking because Trump, if Trump was in the White House, he would actually be doing it himself. He would be flying to these countries and talking to these people and trying to make something happen. But, Biden, he has dementia. It came on a lot stronger than what people thought. I thought Biden was going to at least be able to finish out the term. I thought he could maybe hold off another 6 months, but it doesn't. From what I seen yesterday, Steve, I think I told you that he didn't look good when he was at the 9/11 ceremony. He looked like he didn't even know where the hell he was at. Biden, he didn't quite make it to the end of the deal. It's sad to see him in that condition. Like I said, his family ought to do the right thing. They ought to go ahead and let him. I think that's why he's trying to hang around, because he want to pardon honor, and he want to do some other things to make sure he's sure that he doesn't go to jail and nobody in his family goes to jail. I think that's why he's trying to hang on to the president right now. I think they're going to try to let him at least pardon his family, because that's what all the dirty stuff they've been doing. I think that's why the only reason he's trying to hang on for these last 6 months. But we'll see if that occurs. Now, I want to get to the part about Kamala Harris, Steve. Donald Trump. I listened to Donald Trump's rally today, and this is going out to the Democrats. Let me say this, and put it like Donald Trump said. Kamala Harris nor the Democrats deserve another debate, Steve. They had two opportunities to do the right thing. They could have easily got a panel of individuals that would be fair, square to Donald Trump and fair to Kamala. That's not too hard. That's not too much to ask of. The American people deserve that. We deserve the right to know what Trump plans on doing for the next 4 years. We deserve the right to know what Kamala's going to do. But apparently the Democrats don't see it that way. The way they conducted themselves at the last two debates, they don't deserve another chance. And that's what Donald Trump said tonight when he had his rally in Arizona. He said that he's not conducting any more debates with the Democrats because they have not conducted themselves in a way that needs to be done fair to both individuals. You don't fact check somebody on live TV. I told you this the other night, and other people have been saying that these moderators, their job is to ask the questions and let the presidential candidates respond. Their job is not to fact check somebody on live TV. And if you're going to do that, you need to fact check both of them. Simple as that. They didn't fact check Kamala Harris, and you and I both know why they didn't do it. So they don't deserve another opportunity unless they can find some moderators that are neutral, Steve, that is going to be honest with Steve. I want to see Kamala treated fairly, and I want to see Joe Biden treated fairly. If they can't do it, if they can't do that, if they can't come to the table and find two individuals that can sit down at the table and moderate this thing, and so the American people can hear the issues and not do it the right way, then the hell with it. There won't be no more debate. Donald Trump has already shown what he can do anyway. He's already been president for 4 years before the COVID virus derailed him and shortened his, and he probably would have ended up being in for another 4 years if that wouldn't have came along and some other things that derailed it. So as far as Kamala goes, Steve, these are very dishonest people, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. Now let's move on to Springfield, Ohio, right quick before I hang up with you. Okay. Now, like I told you last night, Steve, it seems to me, and a lot of other people are saying the same thing, seems to me like somebody is trying to hide something. They don't want the people to know the truth about what's going down in Springfield. I continue to see, every time I turn my phone on TikTok or X channel, and I continue to see these videos from people that live in Springfield saying that these Haitians are doing this, they doing that. Pets are turning up missing, and they don't know what the hell they got a bad situation. And then I go down the street a little bit further on the same app, X or TikTok, and then you got the mayor and you got the police department in the same place saying that we don't have a problem, that they don't know what the hell these people are talking about. These people are not speaking the truth about these Haitians. So obviously somebody is lying, Steve, about the situation. Either the police is lying or the people in Springfield are lying. And like I told you last night, I think the police is the one that is not telling the truth. They don't want people to know the truth about what's really going on in Springfield, and that's a damn shame because the American people and the people in Springfield deserve to know what's going on. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, you'll find maybe if you continue searching, there's a number of I don't know what you call them, undercover investigators just out there doing the interviews, people on the streets in Springfield. A bunch of folks up there doing these interviews, getting their individual takes, what's going on, and interview after interview after interview, people talking about I get denied any housing assistance, and I've lived here for umpteen years, and they're giving these people that came into the country as refugees housing vouchers, EBT cards, and something just not quite right with what's going on there. But let me jump over to, here's another deadline date coming up, September the 19th. That's literally days away. Air cargo shipments will be halted September night at Air Canada if pilots follow through on a threat to strike without a new labor deal. The airline Monday said that they're finalizing contingency plans for a phased shutdown of most operations. Talks between the company and the Airline Pilots Association, representing more than 5,200 pilots at Air Canada and Air Canada Rogue, stalled. Parties remain far apart on contract terms. Unless an agreement is reached by Sunday, either party may issue a 72-hour strike or lockout notice, which would trigger the carrier's 3-day wind-down plan Air Canada believes there's still time to reach an agreement with the pilot group, provided the ALPA moderates their wage demands, which exceed average Canadian wages. We understand and apologize for the inconvenience this would cause. However, a managed shutdown is the only responsible course available to us. Air Canada said they're alerting travelers and shippers about the potential work stoppage so they can adjust plans accordingly. Now, the airline, which operates 6 Boeing 767-300 converted freighter jets and manages shipments carried in the lower deck of the passenger planes, last week said they would stop accepting some shipments to minimize potential disruptions. Bookings for live animals, horses, human remains must be made no later than Tuesday, was the announcement from Air Canada. Said they would not accept temperature-controlled pharmaceutical, fresh food, high-value or dangerous goods, or domestic express parcels after Thursday. Air Canada, 252 aircraft that operate in 47 countries, including 35 wide-body and freighter flights to the U.S. each week, began operating in early June a 767 freighter to Chicago's O'Hare Airport from Toronto 3 times a week. Other destinations in the U.S. are Atlanta, Los Angeles, and Miami. Without a contract resolution, Air Canada plans to progressively cancel flights over 3 days, leading to a complete shutdown as early as 12:01 a.m. Eastern next Wednesday. Some aircraft could be grounded as early as today. A gradual shutdown would allow the airline to reposition or repatriate aircraft and crews in an orderly fashion so they could quickly restore regular service once that labor dispute is resolved. It's like day after day, somebody ready to strike, and we're waiting for the port strike potentially coming up here in a couple of weeks. Canada's flag carrier estimated it would take 7 to 10 days to fully resume normal operations if they do implement a complete shutdown. Now, they say Air Canada and the Airline Pilots Association have been discussing a collective bargaining agreement for 15 months. 60 days of mediation by the Canadian government ended on August 30th that triggered a 3-week cooling-off period before either side can take action against the other. So here we go. September 19, just a matter of days away. We'll keep you up to speed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's right, on a casual Friday. What do you say? Good morning, Wheelchair Dave.
Hey there, Steve. Well, I got a collage of things that I'd like to touch on. A lot of stuff that you guys have been speaking about on this Casual Friday there, if you don't mind. And wow, following up on Eagle, I think Eagle must have drank a bottle of that Hot Shot Secret Adrenaline 82. He was right on. A lot of points there. Yeah, he's going for it tonight. So I was listening to your news, and your news on the breaks there was talking about there's going to be an ABC whistleblower or something like that.
That was something that I had shared. Now, supposedly they've got a signed affidavit about I guess example questions were fed to the Kamala team. It's not an official confirmed story. We'll just we have to wait and see. I want to see documents and receipts.
It sounds interesting. It sounds very interesting. That's for sure. Definitely want to see the results of that as well. Another thing that you were talking about was FYI. I'm about 20 minutes from Winder, Georgia, where I'm located here on Lake Lanier.
Okay.
Winder's only about 20 minutes away. And Steve, if I could describe that community and stuff to everybody, to you, you can relate real easy to it if I said Corbin, Kentucky. If it's like Corbin, Kentucky, but it's more of a residential area. But there's a lot of hunters, a lot of hunting family, a lot of fishing family, a lot of outdoor stuff, a lot of trucks. It is mixed race and stuff like that. There's no doubt about that. But there's probably a majority of we want to call them rednecks.
Okay.
Running around their trucks or whatever. So that's kind of, that's kind of the area out there and stuff. But the local radio here, what I want to say on that is the local radio here, all the people are really in an uproar about what you were talking about earlier, where the mother of the shooter had actually called in to the school and talked with officials and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they go to the class and stuff, but they picked the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm.
They picked the wrong kid. Okay? In the meantime, while they're interviewing and picking the wrong kid, that's when the other kid decides to do the shooting.
Yep.
So I'm going to tell you, with her calling in, what's going on down here, the census of people calling in is like, hey, the woman, she shouldn't be charged with all this stuff like the husband is, because she was proactive, trying to get help, trying to, it was some of the school administrators that, have got to take some responsibility here for dropping the ball, not getting the right person.
Right. Yep.
So it's heading in that direction. And I'm going to tell you what, a good attorney would get her off that with no problem whatsoever right there.
I hadn't seen that. I didn't realize she hadn't been charged with anything. I mean, she doesn't live with them. They're divorced now, and the dad bought the gun. I wasn't familiar with any charges against the mom.
Oh, no, they've charged her with the same charges as the husband, I believe. I'm pretty sure of that. We might have to check up on that again, but no, I'm thinking that she was charged with the same stuff. Yeah, so we'll call that up or pull that up and check on that. But did you get a chance to watch the spacewalk, Steve?
Yes, I did.
Indeed,
I did. Now, I don't know. What did you think? I wasn't overly impressed. I don't know. It almost, to some point, almost felt like it wasn't real. Do you think it was the real deal?
Was it the amusement ride again that they were doing? No, I tell you what, I really love those pictures back of the Earth and stuff. Oh man, those were some just gorgeous pictures of the Earth and stuff. I really enjoyed that. Two of them went out. Other two stayed in. I liked it. It was okay. It wasn't what I would call NASA astronauts, and they weren't anyhow. It's a billionaire and other people paying their way to go up there, whatnot. Let's see. Now I want to switch over here to Ed calling in about football. I wanted to ask you a specific question, though, Steve. Steve, are you keeping up with, since Lou Feckel left Cincinnati there, but you said you went to high school with a new coordinator or something that's over there with Cincinnati?
What's his name? What the heck? I went with his wife, actually. I went to high school with his wife. Combs.
Oh, okay. So are you
Coach Combs' wife? Yes. Are
you keeping up with UC or not really since Lou Fickle left? What's the deal? No.
Haven't really paid any attention.
Yeah. Well, because they had a full stadium last week and pretty much had the game all wrapped up to the last 2 minutes of the game and lost the game in the last 2 minutes. It was terrible. With a full crowd, full house. Wow. Absolutely terrible. But let's see. And then on this other thing here, I wanted to say, on the cruise. So now I'm sure you're focusing on, the cruise. How many family members are you taking on that cruise there, Steve-O?
Oh, it's not like I'm taking anybody. They're paying their way. But, yeah, my wife, two of her sisters, and Gail's husband, Monroe, are going. Who else we got? The Georgia Peach, Wanda, is going to be going. Lisa's mom and a friend of hers is going along. Lauren and Stephen with the grandkids, and then Lauren's parents, mom and father-in-law, and her sister are going to be with us as well.
Wow, you got like 10 people, man.
Yeah, we got
wow,
we got a good group, and there's another family that's going to have like 18 family members all coming with us.
Are you kidding me? Wow.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Yeah, that's great. All right, well, let's look for, and the other thing going on down here, I sent you an email. If you want to look up the Poker Run, them big boats, them high dollar boats, starting lowest boat out here, $200,000, all the way up to $1 million boats will be out here this weekend on Lake Lanier with chase helicopters. They'll be doing this Poker Run stuff out on the lake here, where they run all over the lake, at 100 some odd mile an hour. Sometimes it gets kind of dangerous. A few years ago, one of those fast boats from Kentucky, a couple couples came down and ended up flipping the boat about 130 mile an hour and killing them all.
Wow. Wow.
That was about 4 or 5 years ago or something like that. Yeah, it was one of them high dollar.
Well, it should be a good time if all goes well, right? So, all right, we're up to news break.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. UK's Keir Starmer says Russia can end the war in Ukraine if it wants to. This comes after Vladimir Putin warned the West against giving Ukraine long-range missiles. The Russian president said if that does happen, the West would be joining that ongoing war with Ukraine and Russia, something Putin warns will, quote, alter the nature and scope of the conflict. Kyiv has for months now been lobbying to get American and British long-range missiles in order to be able to launch attacks inside Russian territory. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign called for a second debate after polls suggested she performed better during this week's showdown. Nick Harper is in Washington.
In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Kamala Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He said he won Tuesday night's debate. Following their encounter, the Harris campaign said that the vice president would welcome another face-off with the former president. Trump also debated Joe Biden back in June, the debate that effectively ended Biden's re-election bid following a halting, stumbling performance from the aging president.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are back on the road campaigning. It's 8 weeks until the election, and any additional voters they can secure in swing states could make all the difference, as Caroline Malone reports.
Kamala Harris is on the road in North Carolina, a state that traditionally votes Republican, but last went Democrat during Barack Obama's 2008 election. Donald Trump is in Arizona, another swing state where polls show he's neck and neck with Harris. While voters decide which way to go, security officials are prepping for potential post-election violence. They've designated January 6, 2025, when votes are due to be certified in Congress and the anniversary of the Capitol riots in 2021, as a national special security event, meaning it has an elevated security plan overseen by the Secret Service.
North Korea has offered a rare glimpse into a secret facility that produces weapons-grade uranium. According to state media, leader Kim Jong-un visited the area and called for stronger efforts to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons. Laura Westbrook has more.
Dressed in black, the photo of 40-year-old Kim Jong-un shows him with several officials walking along tall grey tubes. It's the North's first public disclosure of a uranium enrichment facility since it showed one at Yongbyon to visiting American scholars in 2010. In another photo, the North Korean leader is seen watching the test firing of multiple rockets at an undisclosed location. Observers say the latest unveiling is likely an attempt to apply more pressure on the US and its allies. The images could also provide outsiders with a valuable source of information for estimating the amount of nuclear ingredients that North Korea has produced.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Couple of industry headlines here this Friday morning. Indiana State Police performed hundreds of traffic stops during a recent one-day blitz. August 30th, apparently, troopers from the Indiana State Patrol Lowell Post and troopers assigned to the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division conducted a 24-hour detail focused on traffic violations and criminal activity on I-80-94 and I-65. The results: 327 traffic stops, 237 citations, 147 moving violations, 231 warnings, Let me see. Felony charges, 5. Drug arrests, 6. OWI, 9. Driving while suspended. Total of semi-trucks stopped, 78 semis. Semi-citations, 58. 14 trucks put out of service. State Patrol Lieutenant Weems says, proud does not begin to describe my feelings about the efforts put forth by the troopers assigned to Lowell, but also the troopers and motor carrier inspectors with the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division. Through their hard work, our communities are made safer. That was on a Friday. All right. Hey, coming up, maybe mark your calendars if you're in the region. Funds from a North Carolina truck show and convoy are slated to benefit a children's charity this month. The Mayberry Truck Show in Mount Airy, North Carolina, will take place on Friday, September 27th and Saturday the 28th at Bottomley Enterprises Trucking. The show will feature custom trucks, a parade through town, a concert, fireworks. According to the Mount Airy News, Bottomley Enterprises CEO Mitchell Bottomley was inspired to create a fundraiser for the Brenner Children's Patient Assistance Fund after his own child was in the hospital a few years ago. While my son was in the hospital, a child in the bed next to his cried as his mom had to leave him to go to work. I decided right then, if I ever had the opportunity to help a mom not to have to choose between staying with their child or going to work, I would. This cause is near and dear to me and my team. So the fund helps families in need pay for their expenses while their child's in the hospital. Since this particular truck show started, it's raised over $1 million. So how about that? We're so grateful for Mitchell for his generosity. We're honored to have Bottomley select the Brenner Children's Patient Assistance Fund to receive funds again this year. So there you go. 27th and 28th, Saturday and Sunday. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Or are we supposed to say, hey, Becky, 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 what day is it? What day is it, Becky?
Only hump day.
Huh. Yeah. How's that at? Didn't we just do that? I tell you what, these things just keep coming round and round and round. But now, congratulations to that trucking company for doing that. I tell you, I'd love to find a way to set up a way to do an event. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. You know, you gotta have the location, and then you gotta have insurance, and you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff you gotta get coordinated. You know, and I don't know. I just love to figure out how to do something like that, but need a few people that maybe somebody has done it or has a suggestion of a location or somebody we could use to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so I heard Grump talking about he had to get off the PA Turnpike out there. Do you know if that's still going on? Is that mess still going on that? With
No.
the closure and everything, or
that I would not know. I mean, when he said that there weren't even first responders there when he had, I guess he got off at the first chance to bypass.
Yeah, and normally he said he came across Route 30, and that area out there goes through a mountain area, and one of the spots there actually has the tunnel to go through, and of course even the tunnels that go through that are way above ground, you know, on the top side of ground, I'm not allowed in. They don't allow me to go through the mountain. They don't allow me to go under the harbor, and they don't allow me to go through the mountains there. So we have to get off with the hazmats and go around. And normally I run 31 Pennsylvania State 31, which is on the south side of the turnpike, runs parallel between Somerset and Bedford. And he used to run that all winter long out there. We were hauling the butane back for the winter blend gasoline, and right straight from the fracking sites out there. But anyways, it's a little bit easier road to drive than US 30. US 30 is it's got a lot of turns and curves and up and down but PA 31 there, it pretty much just goes straight up and over the mountain and back down. I think there's 2 sets of up and downs that you got to do, but it's just a glorious piece of road, Your Honor, because as I say, we ran that all winter there for a couple years, and we could be in perfectly clear sky leaving Baltimore, and there'd be perfectly clear sky out there on the other side of Somerset going further west out to Washington, PA, where we went. And guaranteed it snowed on 31 the whole way across. I mean, it was just guaranteed that it was going to snow on 31. And as I say, you'd be clear sky all the way out to it, and it would snow all the way across 31, and then you get off of that, and it's clear sky the rest of the way to where you're going. So I don't know what it is with that road, but in the wintertime, you might as well just bring chains with you and plan on chaining up. But anyways, there, I saw a video there. They came out of Springfield, Ohio. Did you see this one? I don't know if you saw this one or not. It's a pair of cats that have apparently stolen a pickup truck and driving crazy through everything and went through.
Trying to get out of Dodge.
Is there any? Yeah, apparently, but so now even the felines are doing grand theft auto. I don't know. It's just but I actually saw a video on the internet of that, so it must be true.
Has to be.
Anyway, exactly. I mean, you can't expect anything less. So the deal with Hamas and the hostages and all that, and the negotiating forum. Has our government got any types of intelligence that maybe they can, use some super spy satellite or something, and actually possibly, or maybe the CIA could do some infiltrating and possibly even know, number one, if the hostages are still alive, and number two, maybe where they're at. I mean, shouldn't we if Hamas can go into Israel on October 7th and take all these people hostage, shouldn't somebody be able to go in and to the Hamas area and take them back? I don't know. Just seems like we should that our intelligence, that we should be able to outsmart, outwork, be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess last I checked, no matter how good our satellite abilities, how good our cameras are, when you got things that are taking place 50 feet underground, you can't see what's going on. And they're saying they're all being held underground.
Okay. And that was going to be my other question. Weren't they working on flooding the underground tunnel systems with seawater? Whatever became of that? Are they still pumping water in, trying to...
I guess the realization was, because, I remember when they started that pumping process, and they didn't know how long it would take. I think there was no idea just how vast that underground network was. I don't think they ever succeeded in getting anything done with that.
Yeah, I don't know. We never heard too much about it, so I guess it must have been a major failure that they didn't talk about it at all. So, but anyways, other than that, we got a little bit of fog we're dealing with out here on the Eastern Shore. It gets to be about normal this time of year having fog out here. So if anybody's wanting to ride up and down the Delmarva Peninsula here, there's fog in the area, in and out. Nothing drastic. Certainly not as bad as it can be, because I tell you, there's some days you could be over here on this Delmarva Peninsula, and this fog is about like driving through a marshmallow. Mm-hmm. And it's right down to ground level when it does it. So I guess the last thing I got there is I don't know. It's, you know, when one thing happens, it doesn't really get picked up in the news very much, but you get 2 or 3 things happening of the same sort. Have you noticed that there's been a lot of these airline issues? You know, there was a couple, well, ways back, we had the plane had the wheel fall off it during takeoff, and then there's been a couple of them that have had a couple other issues, and then we had this thing where the one was taxiing and its wing clipped the tail and knocked the tail off an airline.
And then they had one yesterday where they had to slam on the brakes.
Exactly. The tires blew out, and they, you know, during takeoff, and they had to abort the takeoff and keep the plane on the ground. And now, you know, it just tires, I believe, blow out on these things kind of often. Of course, now in our age of instant media and everybody's got a camera to put it on the internet and everything, you see a lot more of it. So you know, it's kind of like the train derailment thing. Do you think this is really happening more now than it used to, or is it?
Or are we just hearing about it?
Getting witnessed,
right?
It's just getting witnessed and broadcasted. So, but if you remember, a blown tire is actually what caused the disaster with the Concorde and actually completely ended that whole program there. So, I don't know, but anyways, I just noticing that they seem to be broadcasting more of that on the news. Maybe that's the shock and awe factor or something, because the one there they had the video of not being able to take off was kind of spectacular coverage that they had of some of it there. So, but anyways, with that, I guess we'll wish you a happy casual Friday there. And sounds like the other guy, the impersonator's already taken care of all his business for you for the night there. So that's all over and done with. And anyways, with that, I guess we'll say have a good weekend.
Have a
and
good
we'll
Friday.
Catch you all on the greatest. Yeah, enjoy
the greatest day of the week. Yes, a Monday. All right, little rattle in there in California again this past day. Got the latest update here. It was a 4.7 magnitude earthquake that hit Malibu and nearby communities about 7:30 this past morning. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, a 2.8 aftershock arrived minutes later, followed by 4 more, ranging from 2.7 to 3.5 in the next hour plus. The first quake, originally reported as a 5.1, then later downgraded, centered 5 miles north of Malibu, 7 miles deep. According to the survey, no reports of injuries or significant damage. But in a televised question and answer just after the trembler, seismologist Lucy Jones said, "We've had more than the average number of magnitude 4 quakes in Southern California this year, the average being about 8 magnitude 4 sequences, that being sequences of at least 1 magnitude 4. So far, we've had 14. The largest previous year was 13. Notice these numbers are small. However, it's not yet statistically significant. Indeed, there has been an unusually large number of earthquakes in Southern California in recent weeks. A 4.4 near Pasadena rocked the region on the 12th of August, days after a 5.2 hit Bakersfield. Felt throughout L.A. County. Last week, a series of smaller tremblers, including a 3.9, struck near Ontario, about 35 miles east of downtown L.A. Jones added during her question and answer session, it is striking that some of the strongest shaking, not surprisingly, but it's right there on the west side of Los Angeles. She said it was felt as far south as Irvine, nearly 65 miles south of the Tony Beach community of Malibu. As always, there is a 5% chance of today's quake being a foreshock to a bigger one. In Southern California, every one of us is within 5 miles of an active fault. All right. The quake was centered 4.9 miles southwest of Agora Hills, 7.1 miles southeast of Thousand Oaks. Yeah, earthquakes as the wildfires continue to rage in California. All right, Senor Heatwave will check in just ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's get to Senor Heatwave here on a Friday. What's happening?
Good morning, Senor.
Morning.
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. For those folks in California, here's a song for you. I'm all shook up. Yeah, buddy. I swear, 14 of them already, huh?
Yes.
Oh, well, maybe the liberal part will start falling into the ocean, and we ain't got to worry about their nonsense anymore. That's a bad thing to say, but I'm sure the sentiment is out there. You know, they talk about Springfield, and I had seen a picture, and the street in the neighborhood was strewn full of trash. You take a picture, you get a picture of Haiti, any street out there, same thing, strewn full of trash. You know, you want to come here, that's fine, but leave your garbage and your ideas behind. Don't bring them up here. And that woman eating that cat, and she's not a Haitian.
Right.
Apparently she's homegrown up here. It's like, you know, there used to be nut houses, you know, places for people like that to go to. Thank you, ACLU, for doing away with them. I think Trump has made a mistake by not debating Kamala again. You know, but have him do it on friendly grounds.
He's been at the enemy's doorstep for too long. He needs to be someplace where he knows he's going to get a fair shot.
Well, do you think would the Kamala team agree to such measures? At this point, obviously they wouldn't.
Well, they're the ones that were screaming, "We want a rematch." And, usually when that happens, that means they lost the first one. So, but other than that, I want to say thank you to all y'all out there that gave us support for us losing our pooch the other day. He was a goofy dog, but he was a good dog. And they do become your family.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than that, heading to Salt Lake City, I'm seeing the moon. It was wider than this. Now it's kind of a little bit of an orangish yellowish looking color. I imagine I'll be inhaling smoke and blowing out smoke rings again. So other than that, I'm going to be coming up on the Sisters up here in Wyoming, here around Fort Bridger, and I will lose a signal. So everybody, let's have a good weekend, and let's do this again come Monday morning. Senor Steve, have a good weekend.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Senor Heatwave, safe travels out there. Only about a minute before news break. Yes, the Polaris Dawn indeed made history again as the private crew, 4 astronauts, performed the world's first commercial spacewalk this past morning. SpaceX. Back at home, we have a lot of work to do, but from here, it looks like a perfect world, said Commander Jared Isaacman. He's the billionaire that financed the mission as he looked down on Earth, standing mostly outside the hatch. Of course, Isaacman and the 3 others launched on Tuesday. The Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from the historic Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center, same launch pad that hosted Apollo 11, the first mission to put humans on the moon. Well, there you go. So, yeah, I tuned in, and when Isaacman got out, however, the camera, you could see the Earth in the background. When the female exited, she didn't get quite as far out as he did. There was nothing but the blackness of space behind her.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign had called for a second debate between the pair after polls suggested she performed better during Tuesday night's showdown. In a post on Truth Social, though, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He also said he won Tuesday's debate. The United States Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. In a speech on Thursday, he condemned conspiracy theories, falsehoods, intimidation, and threats of actual violence against public servants in recent years. Everson's Benji Hire reports.
We will not allow this department to be used as a political weapon.
Merrick Garland promising to fiercely protect his Justice Department's integrity, impartiality and independence in the face of unfounded allegations of bias from one man in particular who wasn't mentioned by name. Former President Donald Trump has continually lashed out at the DOJ and its staff over investigations into him which resulted in criminal indictments. He was charged for his attempts to overturn his election loss in 2020 and for allegedly withholding classified documents after leaving office, then obstructing efforts to get them back. Trump brands his prosecution as politically motivated persecution, doubling down on his vindictive pledge to go after, even jail, officials who prosecuted him.
A tropical cyclone is ripping through the south of the United States with tornado and flood watches in several places across multiple US states. More than 300,000 people are already without power as Francine continues to cause havoc across the country. Everson's Sally Patterson has more.
After making landfall as a hurricane, Francine weakened to a tropical storm late Wednesday night local time. It brought record daily rainfall to New Orleans in Louisiana. On Wednesday, Francine produced wind gusts up to 78 miles or 125 kilometers per hour. The U.S. National Weather Service forecast heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southeast through Thursday.
2 civilian astronauts have successfully completed the first ever spacewalk conducted by a commercial crew. Everson's Kate Fisher has more.
The Polaris Dawn mission is a collaboration between Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jared Isaacman, the billionaire entrepreneur who is leading it. All 4 crew members were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only 2 left the capsule. The spacewalk is seen as a key milestone in SpaceX's goal of visiting other planets and one day fulfilling Musk's hope of sending people to Mars.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking back today at Tuesday night's events in the American election. All eyes, of course, were on the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and most observers are arguing that the vice president won it, successfully getting under Donald Trump's skin, even to the point of laying rhetorical traps into which he fell, getting goaded into talking about crowd size, for example, instead of forcing the vice president to focus on the question that she had been asked about the country's immigration crisis on its southern border with Mexico and her record of trying to address it. But while Kamala Harris may have emerged the victor from the debate, it is less clear whether she answered the call by 28% of American voters in last weekend's New York Times survey to give them a much clearer idea of what she actually plans to do if she wins in November and takes office next January. And while the debate itself may well be remembered for Donald Trump's fact-free assertion that illegal immigrants are killing pets for food in one Ohio city, the night's most potent mover of votes may not have been on the debate stage at all. The announcement by Taylor Swift that she's endorsing Kamala Harris and encouraging young Americans to line up behind her may have moved more support in the direction of Democrats than anything the vice president herself managed during the 90-minute TV encounter. With more than 500 million social media followers, she may have moved more votes than the candidates. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The United States Attorney General has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. And a tropical cyclone is continuing to rip through the south of the United States, with tornado and flood watches in place across several US states. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ross is a 4-time boss in diesels. Sandwich makes 4 others Grand National heroes. And we can see all the way to the season's end from the Enderley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2024 Grand National Pulling Circuit, presented by Case IH, is now recorded history, as our final 5 Grand National champions were identified this past weekend at the DeKalb County Fair Pull in Sandwich, Illinois. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Craig Dickey and his provocatively named Cummins Killer 3 are first-time champions as they fended off a mission-oriented Van Hazley and Rockhard Ram. Hazley won the class impressively, but ran out of time and trucks as Dickey's 5th was sufficient to maintain his slim lead. Dickey and his Duramax will haul home a title to River Falls, Wisconsin. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, the suspense had long evaporated, as the 10-win triple bypass of Colin Ross needed only to tighten the chain these past 2 weeks to clinch its 4th crown. After getting out the broom in Bowling Green, Ross eased his way to a 2nd on Saturday afternoon behind old 12-time Esden Lane's Red Line Fever. Both Ross and Lane then bowed out of the nightcap to save their stuff for the Enderley pull-off. Kent Payne and his 23 champ Super Rooster will be there too, with momentum from their season-ending victory. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the situation was a bit more tenuous, as Brent Meyer's injected funds entered with a 7-point advantage over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy. Neither Meyer nor Ray attended, their John Deere's instead piloted by Brandon Simon and James Ray respectively, and the outcome was a 14-point final margin for the now 2-time champion tractor from Red Granite, Wisconsin. Simon himself was the winner in the 1230 session with his own loud and heavy X, and then Chance McGrath's Last Chance 2 took the last hook in the last class to victory in the 630. In multi-engine modified, the name across the fender is Dirt Slinger, but it would more aptly be named the Roller Coaster. At least that was the ride of emotions it gave first-time NTPA champion and mod veteran Bill Leichner of Weldon, Illinois, as the afternoon session went as well as possible with a W that stretched his lead over Brandon Simons, Simon says, to 7 points. Then the nighttime brought the nerves, as Leichner pulled in the 3rd early and found himself in a perilous 7th just 5 vehicles later. He was still there when Simon arrived, poised to clinch the title with a lead and a tiny bit more help. He got neither, as his 4th place behind eventual winner Brett Berg's Moneymaker preserved Leichner's inaugural trophy. And in High Torque Super Farm, Ryan Anderson's green galvanized stairs-sponsored Checkin' Out saw the checkered flag and went for it, sweeping the Sandwich Saturday Twin Bill to turn a 2-point deficit to Dave Whelan's Myoelastics Use into a 10-point surplus. It's the 2nd title for the Hoopston Illinoisan and his 1st since 2021. And so now we are down to this, the 37th Kent and Joan Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, conducted in 2 parts this Saturday, September 14th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. The pits will open when the gates open in the early afternoon, and fans are encouraged to walk right up to the gorgeous horsepower on display and chat with the proud competitors before they do battle. The Regional National All-Stars will take to the twin track starting at 5 p.m., and the Grand National Top 5 finishers will follow at around 7 p.m. For event details, visit allstarpoll.com, and for comprehensive broadcast coverage online, check out fullpoll.live. Also, through the week, NTPAPULL.com for the Road to the Enderley Traffic Report by your overnight radio correspondent. We've still got a few more regional events for you to enjoy this year, too. The next of those is the Allegan County Fair Pull in Allegan, Michigan, this Wednesday, September 11th. Head to NTPAPULL.com for more information as we wind things down for 2024. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
I guess you'd call it another small victory for Trump this past day in regards to his case in the state of Georgia. Whereas Fulton County, Georgia Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee dismissed 2 counts against former President Trump this past day for a lack of jurisdiction. Now, Breitbart News jumped all over the story, saying, by that same logic, Trump's New York convictions should be tossed. At the time that Trump and 18 co-defendants were indicted, we had flagged the problem that Georgia was trying to enforce federal laws in a state court, in conflict with the supremacy clause of the Constitution. The indictment covers conduct in other states, not just in Georgia. While the indictment focuses on Georgia, it includes conduct in other states, such as a public hearing about voting irregularities in Pennsylvania. It also tries to implicate Trump and his campaign in violations of federal laws, suggesting that the local county prosecutor thinks she can enforce federal law. That may be an attempt to steal the limelight from U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, but it may also be unconstitutional. The indictment also attempts to use a county court in Georgia to charge the defendants for crimes allegedly committed on a national scale and in violation of federal election, which typically fall under federal jurisdiction. In his decision, Judge McAfee said while not all the state charges were preempted by federal laws, such as the Electoral Count Act, the United States Supreme Court's decision, 134 U.S. 372, 1890, preempts the state's ability to prosecute perjury and false filings in a federal district court. Counts 14, 15, and 27 must be quashed. Those counts relate to the attempt to file false documents, the conspiracy to file false documents, and filing false documents. Though the indictment cited Georgia statutes, the documents themselves were filed in count 27 or sent to counts 14 and 15 federal courts. They go into the other counts, but Judge McAfee's logic, by that logic, the 34 convictions in New York on charges of fraudulent business filings should be overturned. Judge Juan Merchan allowed the district attorney Alvin Bragg to exceed the statute of limitations by claiming that Trump had made false filings to conceal another crime, and he allowed the jury to consider federal campaign finance laws as among the possible statutes that Trump had violated, even though the Federal Election Commission never took any enforcement action against Trump or even opined that he'd broken the rules. If federal courts and tribunals exist to enforce federal campaign finance laws or to punish false filings, then arguably it is unconstitutional for a state court to preempt the federal election campaign or the federal court. Thus, Trump's convictions should be tossed, he says. Okay. Horse Feathers was asking about, are we just having a rash of airline incidents, or is it just kind of making the news more? Do these things happen on a regular basis? Had to be kind of scary. An Alaskan Airlines plane aborting takeoff at Nashville, Tennessee yesterday to avoid a potential collision with a Southwest Airlines jet. Alaska Airlines 369, which is a Boeing 737 MAX 9, 176 passengers and 6 crew on board, aborted its takeoff about 9:15 this past morning after they had received clearance from air traffic control. The National Transportation Safety Board told reporters, we're investigating. We're clearly very concerned about this incident, and others were investigating. The Federal Aviation Administration said they're also investigating the incident where Southwest Airlines Flight 2029, a Boeing 737-700 that was scheduled to depart for Jacksonville, Florida, had been cleared to cross the end of the same runway. The Alaska pilots immediately applied the brakes to prevent the incident from escalating. The plane had been scheduled to fly to Seattle, Washington. Passengers were ultimately moved to a new plane. Now, the FAA and Alaska said the 737 MAX 9's tires were blown during that braking incident. Tracking website Flight Radar 24 said the plane was traveling at 120 miles per hour on the runway before obviously slamming on the brakes. Southwest said they're in contact with the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA and would participate in the investigation. Maintenance technicians in Nashville were inspecting the plane that had blown the tires. But, so you slam on the brakes, boom, boom. All right, let me get to, I believe, Gilligan checks in on a Friday. Good morning.
Steve, thank you for taking my call. Yeah, Horse Feathers was a little off when he was talking about Grump going across 30. He was under the impression that he went west of Bedford on US 30, though Grump was going east. He got off at Bedford and went over to Breezewood, which is good road, 4 lanes, most of it, I'm not mistaken. I've been across it in several years. But I have been on the east side of Bedford on US 30, and that is an interesting development. Years ago, I was doing trucking, had a hazmat load. Like Will, had to go around the tunnels. Well, I didn't know any better. I took US 30. On top of one of them mountains, there was a lovely place called Noah's Ark. There's a good reason. It was on top of that mountain. But here the thing is, it was 5 stories, 2 above ground, 3 below ground. And back in Prohibition days, it was actually a speakeasy. A lot of the dignitaries from the local towns would go up there and do their drinking, like in the 20s during Prohibition. It has a rich history. Unfortunately, it caught fire in 2001 and burned down. I spoke of it once before. I think you've seen the article on it. But if anybody wants to read an interesting story about a historic place, look up Roadside America with Noah's Ark in Pennsylvania. I think it says it's like outside of West Mifflin, Pennsylvania. That road leads up to Johnstown, if I'm not mistaken. Will would probably know better than I would, Horse Feathers. But it's definitely a rough road up over US 30, and 16 is a far better route. I've run that 16 across there, and it is definitely better than US 30. You still got to cross that mountain, but not near as bad. And went across there many times years ago, and he is right. It's amazing the difference in the weather. You go across the turnpike there, and those that's running could testify to this. You go through the mountain, go through the tunnel up there, and you're on the Bedford side. It'd be sun to be shining, be 50 degrees. You get on the other side of that mountain, and on the Somerset side, and there's 8 inches of stone coming down like crazy.
Wow.
It's amazing. And a lot of people don't realize how much the mountains affect the weather. I mean, we've had storms. I've seen this with my own eyes, watched it on radar even. They come across the mountain, and they kind of dip into the Shenandoah Valley. And I'm on the west side on top of the mountain. And sometimes the winds, if they're blowing just right, will hit the Blue Ridge Mountains on the other side of Shenandoah Valley. And I guess it kind of works where it circles up and pulls that storm back. My granddaddy told me years ago that if you ever got a storm out of the east, it would be more than likely a doozy.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it more and more in recent years. And I'm pretty sure, I'm 99% positive because I've seen it how you watch the radar and watch the rain just kind of turn back, you know what I mean, and the radar. It's a very interesting phenomenon, and from what I understand, it's pretty much impossible to predict when that happens because it happens so rarely. Grump was talking about the quality of the drivers today. Well, earlier tonight, I stopped at the bottom of a ramp, and Steve, there must have been 7 or 8 six-packs of splash water there. Just laying there on the ground, wadded up bottles, one 24-pack case laying there in the ditch. Well, I remember years ago there'd be trash all over the ramps and stuff. This is something that isn't that new. I do believe it's gotten worse. You know, like I said last week, I've been out here, earlier this week, I've been out here 25 years, and I've definitely seen a drop in the quality. There was always the ones out here, even when I started in 99, that just, you know, why would you throw trash out along the road?
Mm-hmm.
You go to the truck stop, get fuel, right there's a trash can. Yes, a lot of times they're full. It's piled up. But you can at least leave it at the trash can. You don't need to throw it out along the road. I seen something else just a little while ago that I'm shaking my head on. There was a truck parked on the shoulder of the ramp back here, and the lights on the back of the cab, he had red lights, and that's fine. That's what you're supposed to have facing the rear. But he had, I think it was 10 cab lights. There's 4 red ones on the inside, and on the outside, just right at the fairing, on the very back of the cab, had 6 lights with blue lenses. I know for a fact blue lights on any vehicle other than a police car is illegal. Now, I've seen green lights on trucks. You know, it's like I've seen red lights facing forward. The law states that red lights can only be on the rear facing. Yellow lights towards the front. Now, I don't understand why they don't enforce these laws. It's been some question in my mind for some time. Well, I tell you what, I reported earlier about our rain situation there at the house. It's just amazing how it can work. June and July, we got less than 2 inches there, according to my weather station. That's how dry it was. Which June and July is a very dry month for most people, especially there at the house. During the month of August, we got over 15.5 inches. Now, granted, 7 inches of that 15-plus inches was from the tropical storm that come up through. I think it was a tropical depression by the time it got. I can't remember the name of that storm, but I'll think of it later, for sure. But we got a lot of rain even after that, and a lot of it was good rain. It was steady, good soaking rain. Now, we had some flooding because of that storm. You know, it's just amazing how hit and miss. But since September 1st, we have got 0.08 inches of rain.
Yeah.
It's drying back off. You know, it's dry in a lot of places. I know the crops around home, the farmers are really struggling because of like you all are out there. That I've seen streams that was dry in areas that I never seen go dry back before that storm come through, Hurricane Debbie. Yeah, it was a tropical depression by the time it got up to the house. Yeah, I couldn't think of it. I should have thought about Monkey Gouger and his wife. Yeah,
it's dry as a bone from here to there. I mean, all throughout Ohio, like I said, they've implemented burn bans. Yeah, no bonfires. I mentioned that last evening. No roasting marshmallows. It's the time of year where, Friday night, Saturday night, have a little bonfire, roast a weenie. That's right. Rolling up on 25 past the hour. According to a sheriff in California, He says the Mexican cartel has assassins who are currently operating here in the United States. Testifying before Congress this week, according to the Washington Times, Sheriff Mike Boudreaux of Tulare County, California, appeared before the House Judiciary Committee on Tuesday, where he testified that his agency had recently arrested a man who confessed to being a hitman for the Sinaloa cartel, claimed to have killed more than 25 people in the Golden State alone. He was responsible for certain areas of California, and there were many other assassins assigned by cartels in California, throughout California, that were responsible for those areas. According to Boudreaux, his agency targeted about 50 cartel associates over the course of their investigation who were allegedly involved in the trafficking of drugs, weapons, and people across the border, which he said is easier now than in the history of their cartel. It's never been quite this simple. Well, why is that? Well, it kind of falls right in line with the official numbers are in. President Joe Biden's deputies have welcomed more than 9 million into the United States, including roughly 6.5 million illegal and quasi-legal residents, or migrants, I should say. The tripled inflow by early 2024 does not include migrants turned away at the border, but still is nearly as many as the number that came in the previous decade, according to the Wall Street Journal. These are based on the recent reports from the Congressional Budget Office. The continued inflow of new workers, consumers, and renters allows Biden and Kamala to claim their economy's growing because companies are creating jobs for the low-wage migrants, but not for better-paid Americans. The Journal noted the inflow may be higher, saying the House of Representatives Homeland Security Committee estimates at least 2 million have slipped through the border undetected since late 2020. Also, the administration is keeping the door open for more than 170,000 Southern migrants every month, accelerating the inflow of white-collar visa workers. The inflow is roughly equivalent to 3 migrants for every 4 babies born in the United States. Biden's migrants are cutting ordinary American wages, productivity, and wealth. Almost 23% of Biden's migrants do not have high school diplomas. Yet the inflow includes a higher than average share of college graduates, according to the paper. 36% of the new legal and illegal migrants claim to hold a bachelor's degree from foreign universities of uncertain quality. Okay. I guess you need to apply online, right? Sure, here's your diploma.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. UK's Keir Starmer says Russia can end the war in Ukraine if it wants to. This comes after Vladimir Putin warned the West against giving Ukraine long-range missiles. The Russian president said if that does happen, the West would be joining that ongoing war with Ukraine and Russia, something Putin warns will, quote, alter the nature and scope of the conflict. Kyiv has for months now been lobbying to get American and British long-range missiles in order to be able to launch attacks inside Russian territory. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign called for a second debate after polls suggested she performed better during this week's showdown. Nick Harper is in Washington.
In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Kamala Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He said he won Tuesday night's debate. Following their encounter, the Harris campaign said that the vice president would welcome another face-off with the former president. Trump also debated Joe Biden back in June, the debate that effectively ended Biden's re-election bid following a halting, stumbling performance from the aging president.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are back on the road campaigning. It's 8 weeks until the election, and any additional voters they can secure in swing states could make all the difference, as Caroline Malone reports.
Kamala Harris is on the road in North Carolina, a state that traditionally votes Republican, but last went Democrat during Barack Obama's 2008 election. Donald Trump is in Arizona, another swing state where polls show he's neck and neck with Harris. While voters decide which way to go, security officials are prepping for potential post-election violence. They've designated January 6, 2025, when votes are due to be certified in Congress and the anniversary of the Capitol riots in 2021, as a national special security event, meaning it has an elevated security plan overseen by the Secret Service.
North Korea has offered a rare glimpse into a secret facility that produces weapons-grade uranium. According to state media, leader Kim Jong-un visited the area and called for stronger efforts to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons. Laura Westbrook has more.
Dressed in black, the photo of 40-year-old Kim Jong-un shows him with several officials walking along tall grey tubes. It's the North's first public disclosure of a uranium enrichment facility since it showed one at Yongbyon to visiting American scholars in 2010. In another photo, the North Korean leader is seen watching the test firing of multiple rockets at an undisclosed location. Observers say the latest unveiling is likely an attempt to apply more pressure on the US and its allies. The images could also provide outsiders with a valuable source of information for estimating the amount of nuclear ingredients that North Korea has produced.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here, 25 before the hour. Trying to do a quick update on the Kentucky shooter. The Eagle was asking if we had any new information. You know, so we're entering day, 6 6 or 7 now. It happened like, what, late Friday night, Saturday? I can't remember. Last weekend. I did come from WKYT out of Lexington. As law enforcement officials continue to search thousands of Kentucky's rugged acres for the I-75 shooter, we talked to the man who's trained some of those trackers. Craig Caudill has enhanced skills on survival in those wooded areas. He's written like 8 books on the subject. He's trained different federal government agencies on survival tactics in heavily wooded, rough, rugged terrain areas. He grew up in the Kentucky outdoors studying how to track people and animals. I said law enforcement officers looking for Couch are some of the best trackers in the world. All right, so they're still out there. And there was another update. How did they put it? They think that he still could be captured alive after all these days out there in the wilderness. All right, welcome back, Eagle. That's about all I could find. So, I mean, have you seen anything else new maybe or no? Hello, Eagle. I think we got Eagle. Eagle snoozing. Oh, I thought he was supposed to be hitting the road about 2 or 3. He may have overslept. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Well, hell, I was about to do the same thing myself there, Steve. Go to sleep on him. Do you mean tell me y'all not going to be able to have no s'mores up there? Can't do no campfires or none of that stuff?
Guess we got to do a microwave s'mores.
Oh, man, that ain't right. That ain't right
That
at
don't
all
count,
there.
does it? No.
Yep. Well, I'm going to tell Taylor Swift the same thing I told Natalie Maines. Shut up and sing. Well, maybe not. She needs to have some faith and understanding. That's the letters F-U, right? I think Alan Jackson makes a better singer than she does there. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit of college football right quick there. I'm going to pick Arkansas State over Michigan, and then Arkansas over What's that, Steve?
You said you're going to pick Arkansas over who?
No, Arkansas State.
Arkansas State.
ASU Indians. Wait a minute. They call them the Red Wolves now, but they were ASU Indians when I was growing up there, over Michigan. Not Michigan State, but Michigan itself. I like the underdogs there, but I don't know about Arkansas and the University of Alabama at Birmingham there. That'll be a toss-up. Arkansas ain't doing too good. I'm going to pick Ole Miss over Wake Forest. Well, basically, if you're a SEC team, I'm going to pick you over anybody else there. And then I'm going to pick the Buccaneers over the Lions, the Bengals over the Chiefs. Now, that's a far stretch right there, Steve.
That's going out on a limb for sure. Because I think the Bengals, they were heavily favored going into that game with the Patriots. And I think they're big-time underdogs this weekend, aren't they?
I think so. Yeah, but we'll see what Joe pulls out of his hat there. And I run into Bubba and Earl the other day. They were talking. Bubba told Earl, says, you can sue Walmart if you fall. You can even sue McDonald's if you burn yourself with coffee, but you cannot sue Skullbusters. And he said, well, why not? He said, well, I tried to sue them for all the ugly women I've slept with, and they threw it out of court. So.
Go figure. Bubba and Earl.
Yep, I know that's right. There, give me another beer. She'll start looking real good here in a minute, Steve. So, all right. All right, have a good day, buddy. We'll talk to you later on this morning.
All righty. Have a great weekend there, Knucklebuster. What was that Willie Nelson song? Last night I came home at 2 with the 10. But at 10, I woke up with a 2. Whoops. More truth than fiction, huh? All right, here we go. Governor Beshear. I just got this from WLKY. Kentucky governor gave updates this past day on the 6-day now long manhunt for the suspect accused of shooting several on the busy interstate last weekend. Beshear visited the shaken Laurel County community Thursday morning for the first time since police say Joseph Couch fired that AR-15 at several cars near London, wounding 5. We are one community horrified by this act. This is not who we are. This is not who Laurel County or the city of London is. Now, investigators believe Couch used an AR-15 he purchased that same day to fire down on cars from the ledge bordering the Daniel Boone National Forest overlooking the interstate. This was an individual who appears to have been focused on causing harm to other humans. When you put a plan in place to take the lives of our fellow human beings and try to take as many as possible, you can and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Despite his alleged intent to kill, he said 4 of the 5 shooting victims have been released from the hospital and the last victim is expected to survive. We haven't lost anyone yet from the shooter. We want to make sure we don't going forward. He did express concern during the press conference that this shooting suspect may have confused infamy for fame. There is no notoriety. There's no celebrity in committing an act like this. It's just evil. This is one person who chose to do wrong, who chose to do evil. Because of him, there's 5 people who were injured in a community that's been through a lot this week, a lot of trauma. Now, the police commissioner said that there were really no significant updates at this time when it comes to the search. Officers continue to follow up on leads. They're expanding the search area within the forest. Investigators using surveillance, intelligence, ATVs, moving patrols, nighttime aircrafts with thermal imaging, and cadaver canines. The FBI has brought in a bloodhound team from Illinois to assist in the search. We're using every possible entity to bring this to a conclusion. If law enforcement don't find Couch in the coming days, police officials say they will expand the search area. He said law enforcement will not give up. We'll keep working until we exhaust every single lead we have in that area. One of the reasons they believe Couch hasn't been apprehended yet is the treacherous, rugged terrain in that search area. Earlier this week, the sheriff's office spokesperson said the area is one of the most remote locations in the Commonwealth. Probably one of the most remote in the state of Kentucky. Wooded, heavily wooded, hills, rocks. There's one business there. There's very few residents. It is remote. It is difficult. State and police officials believe Couch is alive and still armed in the area. Community members expressing fear while he remains at large. We understand there's fear out here. We have teams out there right now scouring the area. Local law enforcement are going to great lengths to make the community feel safer, including stationing uniformed officers at every Friday night high school football game. Not only is the community being affected now by the uncertainty, but also devastated by the floods that occurred 2 years ago. All right. So the hunt continues. Is he dead or alive? We all can't help but wonder. Good morning, Scarecrow. Happy Casual Friday.
You betcha, man. You betcha. You know, I
somebody asked the very question I've been thinking last night: why he had to have a second AR-15 or AR-15 look-alike.
Mm-hmm.
I can only use so much firepower. I guess I thought from the start too that could easily be a decoy, But so we're sitting on Friday the 13th. I didn't realize that until I don't know who you were early in the program. It came to light anyway. Well, Steve, that kind of explained how my trip started here. I was rolling along just wondering, okay, what's the next issue that's going to take place here? And somehow I wound up about an hour and a half behind the routine. But fortunately, my shipper kind of changed their speed this morning, and I gained all that time back. So we're actually, in the end, unless another shoe falls, we're a good half hour ahead of schedule. So maybe it's not so bad being on the 13th there. That did have me wondering now, in the short track racing up here in years past, I do remember there was a fella that ran the number 13 on his car. How about the cup racing, Steve? Do you remember, is there anybody that runs the 13 these days, or if there ever was?
I'm not sure.
I just can't picture one. No, I'm not up on it these days, but I just don't recall. We have to have a historian, clue us in later on here. But that's kind of one of them superstitious things, kind of like the color green too. That was a color that nobody wanted on their car at one time, anyway. But who believes in superstitious things anyway? Well, we heard on the news. Did I get that number right, Steve? 500 million sheep on Taylor Swift's list there.
I guess when you combine the likes of X and Instagram and some of the others, yes, it was like 280 on Instagram alone.
500 million sheep that kiss the ground that she walks on. That, I guess, in looking at those numbers, and even when you take just those in the United States, she probably is a force to be reckoned with, Yeah, Grumpy nailed it. He's getting a lot of airtime tonight. Yeah, he nailed it, Steve. I've said before, truck drivers, they can be pretty creative when it comes to parking in the truck stops and finding places to shut it down. Now, where I fuel up here, twice I've had to run across the cat scale just to get to the fuel pumps because, some creative genius, blocked the through routing and such. Other times I've had to jack around and actually back up. And then I just got a short day cab with a 48-foot wagon. Ain't no way the road trucks would make it in there at times. The time is approaching. I was chatting with Monkey Gouger a couple of days back. We're about the same age, and so I put it to him. And yeah, he's got the exact day when he's going to hang up his spurs, and he's probably got it right down to the hour there. Unlike myself there, I don't have that crystal ball that I'd like to gaze into, but and I've mentioned this in the past. I've always felt, when I do retire, I'll keep my CDL and health card up, and there's always individuals that can use a hand, but I'm finding it less and less interesting and such that, driving at night, it was one thing, but most any other part-time stuff would probably be daylight hours. Well, then you got 10 times as many four-wheelers out in the mix, too, that I just don't
want to deal
really
with.
See truck driving in my closing, years there, Steve. But anyway, let's see. Alaska, that was in Alaska Airlines, but Alaska comes up in conversation every once in a while here. My youngest now, they've been up there for about a week, being few more days before they come back. But they took a boat tour out of Seward. Now that's a national reserve, up there. And it was interesting from his standpoint that he was tracking it with his GPS on his phone as they're routing. Well, the tour guide / captain of the tour boat, he happened to notice what Josh was doing there, so he invited him up to the stern there, or up to the pilot house, and he brought up on his screen the satellite image, and so he got a full view is able to record of where they were going, what they were doing, and so that was interesting. But if anybody has that opportunity that's listening out there, Steve, to get up to Alaska, that boat tour out of Seward is definitely worth your while. It's an amazing. They weren't able to get out to too far from shore. I guess the water was pretty rough, so they stayed in. But still, they're making the best of it and such. Now, interesting message from Stewie yesterday. He said he needs to get out of what he's doing and get into hazmat transportation. Now, I'm sure we'll FaceTime this weekend, so I'll try to get a little more details. Now, I'm trying to remember the name of the item that he had shipped in or signed for yesterday. It was about a gallon and a half of, I believe, hydroxine. I believe that's what he said it was. And this was suspended inside another hazmat container. And, I did a search. There's a number of things it can and is used for. Now, Steve, from California to South Korea, it was on the way bill, $100,000.
Wow.
And all I can think of, that had to be the only item on that plane, chartered plane or such. But it's some nasty stuff if you do a search on it. And in their world, it is used in fuel. If you do a Wikipedia, brings up it's used in F-16s or kind of a backup system. And I'm guessing if you have a flame out, you can get some immense power from this stuff, just enough to fire up your hydraulics and keep things going. Well, I got to thinking about it. Stewie's planes there, he'd mentioned a couple of years back that their engine is basically an F-16 without the afterburner. So maybe it is something that that's going to have to come out of his treasury and such. But no, it's a pretty nasty, material that you've got full hazmat equipment and oxygen and all that going when you handle it. But yeah, Steve, I thought it was misprint, but $100,000 that we paid to move that gallon or two from the U.S. to the South Peninsula there. So that's what casualness I have at the moment here. I see if that last hour gets too lonely, we'll try to pitch in, but we'll leave her alone for now, Steve.
Gotcha. Well, have a great weekend. Got to get through Friday first, but all right, for the superstitious folks out there, he asked the question about number 13 in NASCAR, and lo and behold, there is a report that racers are a bit of a superstitious lot. In NASCAR, 3 of the most prevalent superstitions are no green race cars. Number 2, don't eat peanuts in the pits or the garage. Number 3, don't carry $50 or $100 bills. But what about the number 13 in the NASCAR Cup Series? Truth is, The number 13 has had almost no luck at all. Now, this blows me away. 71 different drivers have made a total of 445 Cup starts in the number 13. But just one car carrying the number 13 has ever won a Cup race. And that was more than half a century ago. It happened at Daytona International Speedway, and I wasn't even born. February of 1963. When Johnny Rutherford won one of the two 100-mile Daytona 500 qualifying races. In the iconic black and gold Smoky Eunuch, number 13, 1963 Chevrolet Impala. 4 years later, at Daytona, another Eunuch number 13 Chevy turned up at Daytona and turned the stock car world completely on its ear. By 1967, Chevrolet had long pulled entirely out of the sport, but Eunuch entered an unsponsored Chevy Chevelle in the Daytona 500. It was driven by the legendary Curtis Turner, who promptly put the car on the pole. This was the absolute height of what was the Ford Chrysler factory wars, plus a tire war between Firestone and Goodyear. According to the former Charlotte Motor Speedway president, Humpy Wheeler, Smokey shows up with a 67 Chevrolet Chevelle with Curtis Turner driving. Two renegades coming into Daytona. Neither could care less about what anybody thought of them. All of a sudden, the first time I saw the car, I thought the car was awful small. The Chevelle, an intermediate-sized production car, was smaller than the full-size Ford Galaxy and the Dodges and Plymouths that were running. But Smokey's car didn't look like it was as big as the Chevelles that I had seen. In practice, it didn't really do much. Here comes a pole day, and he wins the pole. That'd be like a Peugeot coming in and winning the pole today in a stock car race. It was a shocker. It was total embarrassment for the factory teams. I've never seen longer faces in my life at a racetrack, other than when somebody got killed. All right, there you go. A lot of drivers have driven number 13, not many successfully.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign had called for a second debate between the pair after polls suggested she performed better during Tuesday night's showdown. In a post on Truth Social, though, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He also said he won Tuesday's debate. The United States Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. In a speech on Thursday, he condemned conspiracy theories, falsehoods, intimidation, and threats of actual violence against public servants in recent years. Everson's Benji Hire reports.
We will not allow this department to be used as a political weapon.
Merrick Garland promising to fiercely protect his Justice Department's integrity, impartiality and independence in the face of unfounded allegations of bias from one man in particular who wasn't mentioned by name. Former President Donald Trump has continually lashed out at the DOJ and its staff over investigations into him which resulted in criminal indictments. He was charged for his attempts to overturn his election loss in 2020 and for allegedly withholding classified documents after leaving office, then obstructing efforts to get them back. Trump brands his prosecution as politically motivated persecution, doubling down on his vindictive pledge to go after, even jail, officials who prosecuted him.
A tropical cyclone is ripping through the south of the United States with tornado and flood watches in several places across multiple US states. More than 300,000 people are already without power as Francine continues to cause havoc across the country. Everson Sally Patterson has more.
After making landfall as a hurricane, Francine weakened to a tropical storm late Wednesday night local time. It brought record daily rainfall to New Orleans in Louisiana. On Wednesday, Francine produced wind gusts up to 78 miles or 125 kilometers per hour. The U.S. National Weather Service forecast heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southeast through Thursday.
2 civilian astronauts have successfully completed the first ever spacewalk conducted by a commercial crew. Everson's Kate Fisher has more.
The Polaris Dawn mission is a collaboration between Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jared Isaacman, the billionaire entrepreneur who is leading it. All 4 crew members were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only 2 left the capsule. The spacewalk is seen as a key milestone in SpaceX's goal of visiting other planets and one day fulfilling Musk's hope of sending people to Mars.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking back today at Tuesday night's events in the American election. All eyes, of course, were on the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and most observers are arguing that the vice president won it, successfully getting under Donald Trump's skin, even to the point of laying rhetorical traps into which he fell, getting goaded into talking about crowd size, for example, instead of forcing the vice president to focus on the question that she had been asked about the country's immigration crisis on its southern border with Mexico and her record of trying to address it. But while Kamala Harris may have emerged the victor from the debate, it is less clear whether she answered the call by 28% of American voters in last weekend's New York Times survey to give them a much clearer idea of what she actually plans to do if she wins in November and takes office next January. And while the debate itself may well be remembered for Donald Trump's fact-free assertion that illegal immigrants are killing pets for food in one Ohio city, the night's most potent mover of votes may not have been on the debate stage at all. The announcement by Taylor Swift that she's endorsing Kamala Harris and encouraging young Americans to line up behind her may have moved more support in the direction of Democrats than anything the vice president herself managed during the 90-minute TV encounter. With more than 500 million social media followers, she may have moved more votes than the candidates. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. Former US President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The United States Attorney General has hit out at what he calls an escalation of dangerous and outrageous attacks on the US Department of Justice. and a tropical cyclone is continuing to rip through the south of the United States, with tornado and flood watches in place across several US states. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Here we go, final hour, Friday the 13th. And yes, there will be a Mega Millions drawing tonight. Do you feel lucky? It's only a $20 million prize, and that is because someone in Texas won Tuesday night's drawing, which was $800 million. I guess seeing as you're out there working, you didn't win the $800 million in Texas there, did you, Eagle? He dialed his... Hello, Eagle! Yep, he's... Well, if you snooze, you lose. He dialed us back up. Morning, Brother Rambler!
Hey, Steve, praise God. I didn't hear any snoring, so must have been in a bad area. Well, praise God, and thank you for the prayers, everybody, and I appreciate reading the email, Steve. I was high and dry and in the bed sleeping like a normal person. Hurricane/tropical storm Francine was roaring on the shore. And I've already had the Friday the 13th bug bite me because I've been doing this, let's see here, 26 years driving, 19 of them spent here in O'Reilly Auto Parts. And for the first time in my driving career, I actually left my store keys inside the store and had to call alarm services to get someone to wake someone up to come and unlock the store where I can get my keys out. So Friday the 13th, and I heard Scarecrow, and I've been wanting to answer this question for him about the oil plug. We're going this weekend. I bought another plug because the oil pan has got to be retapped in my 2015 Chevy Tahoe. So we're going to retap it, and we're going to get all that done this weekend. So hopefully bring that chapter to a close. But if it can't be retapped and I have to have an oil pan, it's going to cost, not at my cost, at regular cost, $91, but I get like a 30% discount from Auto Parts, so it'd be, I don't know, like $40 for me.
Okay.
And if I have to get another oil pan, so we already price shop that, and of course, I went to the Hot Shot Secret because for a V8 engine that takes 8 quarts of oil, we got to put half a quart of Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator in that 2015 Chevy Tahoe. So it will be getting half a quart of Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator put into it, so to make my engine run better. And I urge you right now, God's children, if you're a fleet owner, or even if you're not a fleet owner, you're just a vehicle owner, or do a lease purchase, God help you if you do that. And I hope you ain't getting bent over the barrel like a lot of other people do. But anyways, back to what I was saying, I want to encourage you to go to this awesome website that I go to a lot called overnightdriveradio.com. Now, Steve, on this website, and, you know, I'm a pastor of a church, the Turban Ministries Church, we talk about tithing, you know, and I always encourage people, if God moves on your heart to tithe, then obey God. Now, where you tithe your money, that's between you and God. Now, I would hope you would tie some of it to the Turban Ministries Church. There's a lot of stuff we can do. But if you don't want to, or if you don't want to give it to, you know, United Way or Crippled Children's or any of the other charities, and you want to support Steve Summers' show, let's just say, okay, I got money to spend, which, you know, praise God you do, because a lot of folks don't, but you got some money to spend. And you don't call in the show because you're very shy. Or you want to support the show and you want to, you know, spend a little money doing so. Well, then go to overnightdriveradio.com and you can do that. They got 30 ounce travel mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and listen to this. Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator, Hot Shot Diesel Treat, all your Hot Shot needs put in packages and sold from that website. So go and check it out, God's Children. Now, Steve, I'm going through downtown Hammond right now. I don't see any storm damage. It did get a lot of rain here. And I've got a lot of freight. They had to consolidate 2 nights. So we're over here trying to play catch up because I had to wait an hour for someone to come open up the store. But you can tell it did get flooded over here. But like I said, while it was going on, I was high and dry. And by 11 o'clock, I was in bed last night. So all that being said, we appreciate the prayers. I hope everyone that listens to the show that is in the Louisiana area, I hope you all had I hope you didn't get a hangover from a hurricane party. I hope you were high and dry, and I hope you had no damage also. Steve, we're looking forward to church this weekend, and Heatwave's been calling up talking about this show called The Chosen. And I want to tell you, God's children, he is absolutely correct and absolutely right. I frown a lot on Christian movies because they don't go by Scripture. They don't go by the Bible. Steve, The Chosen, every episode I've ever watched, I have cried. And I mean I have cried because it's so accurate. It goes along with Scripture. And it puts a lot of emphasis on not only Jesus as a man, you know, he's 100% man, but also 100% God without leaving his deity behind. But it also reflects on the type of people that he was with, his disciples, and their personalities, and some of the people that he has healed and their personalities, and who they were, and how they got in that position to have the infirmities that they had, and how Jesus come along. But my most favorite one, I will give this much. The one that made me boo-hoo the most was Nathaniel. He's one of the disciples. And Nathaniel was an architect. And he's the one that if you read in John chapter 2 or 3, he's the one that was, underneath the fig tree asking God questions. And when Philip introduced him to Christ, Jesus already knew who he was. And Jesus told him, he says, when you were underneath the fig tree, I never turned my face from you. And man, that is so powerful because we've all been in position, Steve, to where we thought God just didn't care. God just don't care about us. We're struggling. We're doing everything we can. We're just like being bogged down in the mud and can't get out. Why don't God care for me? Why don't God hear from me? And he's hearing from you all along. He's right there with you. He ain't never left you nor forsaken you. He's always been right there. Sometimes we have to go through trials. Sometimes we have to go in a dark valley. where there's only a candle of light. But that light is right there beside you. His name is Jesus. And don't ever forget, no matter how deep and how dark the valley is, he's always with you, because his word says he'll never leave you and he'll never forsake you. We want to encourage you, if you like the preaching and the singing, to come on and visit us at Determined Ministries Church this weekend. There's a lot of room for you. We always have room for you. We will never turn you away. All you got to do is log in 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We'd love to have you. And if you we sing some of these old-timey gospel songs. Got any song requests, just message us. I got to still answer some questions from, let's see, Miss Millie. She messages us, and she's our own Kentucky gal. And, you know, we just got a lot of people that's on the prayer list, well over 100 people. So we're just going to pray for you. We're going to sing. We're going to preach. Just come on by and visit us. And if you're up at the 11 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, come on by and listen to this wonderful man, a good friend of mine named Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. You will be live this Sunday night, Monday morning, won't you?
If the good Lord willing and the creek don't rise.
There you go, brother. That's right. All right, God's children, and I leave you with this, and it is right now 3:16 my time. From God who so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that no man should perish but have everlasting life. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And go download. It's a free download. The Chosen. The Chosen. Everything's free. It don't cost you a dime. And watch. And like Heatwave said, and like Brother Rambler, I'll tell you, better get yourself a handkerchief or something to wipe tears, because it will make you cry. All right, God, children, we love you. Everybody have a great weekend, and I'll see you this Sunday at where? Determined Ministries Church.
There you go. TGIF.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Well, hello to Truck and Phil, who says, happy Friday, coffee up, good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Looks like warming up to 85 for Fort Wayne, 83 in Sterling Heights today. Looks like it's going to be mid to low 80s from Indiana through Michigan for the weekend and on into next week. Here we go. We're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Have a great weekend from Truckin' Phil. Meanwhile, Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat of Connecticut, predicting that Americans will be shocked and appalled when lawmakers release their interim report on the assassination attempt on former President Trump and the security failures of those involved in protecting the presidential nominee. Acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe provided senators with an update this past day on the investigation into the failed assassination in a closed-door meeting. In his words, I think the American people are going to be shocked, astonished, and appalled by what we will report to them about the failures of the Secret Service in this assassination attempt on the former president. But I think they also ought to be appalled and astonished by the failure of the Department of Homeland Security to be more forthcoming, to be as candid and frank as they should in terms of providing information. He did not go into specifics about what he learned in yesterday's meeting. Despite his statements, other lawmakers refused to comment on how the public may react to their report. Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat of Michigan, said it'll be coming out shortly, and it'll only be an interim report because there's a lot more information we need to find. And we hope once this report comes out and we can get the additional information necessary to have a complete report of what happened, as well as steps of what we need to do in the future to make sure this doesn't happen again. Senator Ron Johnson said lawmakers want to make sure the public understands that the report will be done in a bipartisan fashion. He said there were some frustrations voiced by Rowe on Thursday, the Secret Service Director, Rowe. So he's making the commitment to provide more information. We're hoping to get this preliminary report out before this work period. So again, we're on a pretty tight time constraint, but it's important people realize we're dedicated to the bipartisan product. Obviously the Secret Service has come under intense scrutiny over the security and communication lapses that occurred on July 13. See what's going on with Daryl this Friday. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Well, I presume all are doing well. I haven't talked to the son in a couple of days, but I think he's coming along one day at a time.
Great. Have you heard from Spaceman lately?
He chimed in. He kind of commented on Facebook earlier this week. He hasn't called yet, though.
I know he has been going through some real struggles health-wise, and I always enjoyed. He's such a colorful fellow that I always enjoyed his stories. Some of them was way out there in space, but all in all, I enjoyed his motorcycle stories and his stories about his travels.
Yes.
I'm going to a Grange meeting tonight. Are you familiar with Grange?
I can't say that I am.
It is one of the oldest farm organizations in the United States. And their Ohio headquarters are at Fredericktown. And there is a Grange building or office in about every county throughout the farm community of the USA. And they always have exhibits at the county fairs and support the 4-H and the FFA groups. But my wife has been a member for 55 years. So going to a Grange meeting, you was talking about being Friday the 13th. We got a little kitten for my wife, and who's disabled, and she just loves that thing to death. And it went down in the basement with me and didn't come back up today. And I looked everywhere and couldn't find it. And at 3 o'clock this morning, she finally got it to come to the foot of the stairs, and I had to get up and go track that cat down. And it got up under a love seat and hissed at me. So that was my Friday the 13th story.
There you go.
Hey, your show, thanks. And I enjoyed hearing the preacher chime in, and he's a great man. I'll talk to you later.
Well, Daryl, thank you so much. You have a great weekend. Enjoy your Grange meeting later on this evening. Yeah, I've got, before I get back to the calls, the viral, I mean, people are sharing it left and right, this, the earring or earrings that Kamala had on during the debate, being some sort of a wireless earbud technology. The wireless earring company actually responded after the rumors of Kamala wearing that earpiece in the presidential debate. Yeah, by now, if you get on any social media, surely you've seen photos of the Nova audio earrings next to a screenshot of Kamala's earrings, suggesting that she was using an earpiece during the debate. Others pointed out that Kamala Harris wore a pair of Tiffany pearl earrings. Now, the Germany-based company responded to a request for comment from Just the News, to which they said, "The resemblance is striking." Following the debate, social media users theorized that she wore audio earrings on stage. The Germany-based company that sells the earrings said, "We do not know whether Ms. Harris wore one of our products. The resemblance is striking, and while our product was not specifically developed for the use at presidential debates, it is nonetheless suited for it," according to the managing director of Eisbach Sound. Okay, so that strikingly looks awful lot like it. But we don't know. We can't say for certain. I don't know. Meanwhile, a former advisor to Bill and Hillary Clinton has actually called on ABC to launch an internal investigation. Was there an effort from their news division to rig the debate? Mike Penn, a pollster and senior advisor for the Clintons from 1995 to 2008 and co-chair of the Harvard CAPS Harris poll, spoke to the John Solomon Reports. He said suspicion is really quite high, and a review of the internal text and emails should be done by an independent party to find out whether there was an effort to rig the debate's outcome. I actually think they should do a full internal investigation, hire an outside law firm. I don't know how much of this was planned in advance. I don't know what they told the Harris campaign in advance.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. UK's Keir Starmer says Russia can end the war in Ukraine if it wants to. This comes after Vladimir Putin warned the West against giving Ukraine long-range missiles. The Russian president said if that does happen, the West would be joining that ongoing war with Ukraine and Russia, something Putin warns will, quote, alter the nature and scope of the conflict. Kyiv has for months now been lobbying to get American and British long-range missiles in order to be able to launch attacks inside Russian territory. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has categorically ruled out another debate with his rival for the White House, Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign called for a second debate after polls suggested she performed better during this week's showdown. Nick Harper is in Washington.
In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said rather than debating, Kamala Harris should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. He said he won Tuesday night's debate. Following their encounter, the Harris campaign said that the vice president would welcome another face-off with the former president. Trump also debated Joe Biden back in June, the debate that effectively ended Biden's re-election bid following a halting, stumbling performance from the aging president.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are back on the road campaigning. It's 8 weeks until the election, and any additional voters they can secure in swing states could make all the difference, as Caroline Malone reports.
Kamala Harris is on the road in North Carolina, a state that traditionally votes Republican, but last went Democrat during Barack Obama's 2008 election. Donald Trump is in Arizona, another swing state where polls show he's neck and neck with Harris. While voters decide which way to go, security officials are prepping for potential post-election violence. They've designated January 6, 2025, when votes are due to be certified in Congress and the anniversary of the Capitol riots in 2021, as a national special security event, meaning it has an elevated security plan overseen by the Secret Service.
North Korea has offered a rare glimpse into a secret facility that produces weapons-grade uranium. According to state media, leader Kim Jong-un visited the area and called for stronger efforts to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons. Laura Westbrook has more.
Dressed in black, the photo of 40-year-old Kim Jong-un shows him with several officials walking along tall grey tubes. It's the North's first public disclosure of a uranium enrichment facility since it showed one at Yongbyon to visiting American scholars in 2010. In another photo, the North Korean leader is seen watching the test firing of multiple rockets at an undisclosed location. Observers say the latest unveiling is likely an attempt to apply more pressure on the US and its allies. The images could also provide outsiders with a valuable source of information for estimating the amount of nuclear ingredients that North Korea has produced.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Pick it up where we left off there. with the former advisor to Bill and Hillary. Said, I think the day after, suspicion here is really quite high. Need to look at the internal text and emails. In an editorial he wrote with Andrew Stein, former Democrat New York City Council president, published this past day in the Wall Street Journal. He says it appeared to them that the ABC News debate moderators, David Muir and Lindsay Davis, had decided in advance they were going to fact-check Trump, but not Harris. Harris enlisted every charge ever leveled against Trump, regardless of the truth. That included, just to name a few, the false claims that he favors a national abortion ban and opposes in vitro fertilization, that he called neo-Nazis in Charlottesville, Virginia, very fine people, and that he threatened a bloodbath if he loses the election. Each of those untrue. Mr. Trump has made clear he opposes a national abortion ban. He favors in vitro fertilization. He's even said the government should pay for it. He condemned the Charlottesville neo-Nazis. And he predicted a financial bloodbath for the auto industry if he loses and the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandates progresses. Totally out of context. Now, had the moderators turned to Ms. Harris after her lies and said, that's been debunked, we might be having a totally different conversation about the debate. Given how she tends to react when challenged, we would be saying she was having a good night until she couldn't help herself and went too far. Mr. Trump would have been freed from having to spend so much time defending himself against false charges. And we would have got to hear more of his plans for America. All right. Penn, president and managing partner of the Stagwell Group marketing firm, suggested on the podcast that the Trump campaign mail to every voter the ACLU questionnaire that Harris, when she was a Democrat senator from California, filled out and indicated she supported gender surgery for illegal immigrants and defunding immigration and customs enforcement. I don't know, but she's changed her mind, right? All right, let's see what Vic has on his mind here Friday. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning there. I was going to talk about religion and superstition first, but I'll start with Kamala Harris. Her earrings, I believe she was a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Pearls are their symbols. I don't know what their hand symbols are, but Lindsay Davis is a member of the same fraternity. So all those facial gyrations and hand gestures, she could have been sending signals back and forth. So that's just my take on it when I read all that. And I thought to myself, why? I don't know why the Trump campaign didn't object to her as a moderator. Maybe they didn't research it that well or something. But that's just one example. And another example that Kamala showed her true character. I was watching today when she deplaned there at Charlotte, North Carolina. And when she got to the bottom of the ramp, the Air Force person there saluted her and everything. She went off and talked to somebody. She didn't return the salute or anything. And he was standing out there in the heat at attention. And as anybody that's, been in the military, they know if you stand very long, you might make the mistake of locking your knees. And if you lock your knees, you're going to faint after so long. And so I thought, I don't believe you really have to salute the vice president. So I looked up the military protocol. No, vice presidents are not supposed to be saluted because they are not in the chain of command for the military. So that was more of a courtesy
that she gets a salute in the first place. And being in that heat and everything else, I don't think it would have really troubled her that much to return a salute. And so the person could have went to parade rest or whatever. And frankly, I was thinking, they said Ronald Reagan was the one that started that returning the salute. And I thought that most of the people in that situation, the Marines, the Air Force, and everything else, that they were usually just at parade rest. And it was only the president that would actually salute. But I can't say for sure on that. And so then that took me over to her running mate, Mr. Waltz, and he was talking about the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act only applies to active duty people. As a reservist, he didn't have to worry about the Hatch Act. But if he wanted to run for Congress, he was supposed to go consult with the JAG officer or his legal person, and they would tell him if what he was going to do, he wanted to run for Congress whenever he was in the Minnesota National Guard. So he also said that he wanted to retire to run for Congress because of the Hatch Act and a whole bunch of other stuff, rather than admitting the fact, no, he just didn't want to go to a war zone. That's all that boiled down to. Mm-hmm. But he was going ahead as command master sergeant. Well, I forget what exactly they call it a little bit different. But anyway, he would have been the top enlisted person there, and he command sergeant major. He was a very key. That's a very key position when you're getting ready to deploy. But somehow the people didn't know that he was going to retire. So at the last minute, they had to bring somebody else in. I don't know how much, they concurred or what. But my thought was, how in the world Waltz should have known all that. So at the very least he could have done for his unit was just go to him and say, hey, I want to retire because I want to run for Congress, and I don't want to get, tangled up in all that Hatch Act and everything else. So you need to prepare somebody else as a command sergeant major. But apparently he wanted to hang on to the very last minute. So that's the reason I mentioned that. If anybody in the military can support the Harris-Waltz ticket, they need a brain check, because that's their attitude towards the military. And now real quick on the superstition stuff, this fear of the 13 is, 50-cent word for that is triskaidekaphobia. And oddly enough, some people will actually, like in some of the different game shows and gambling and everything, they will actually pick the 13, and I don't know where the Friday thing got in, but that's supposed an extra super thing. And the reason I mentioned that is we were talking about the Haitians and other people coming over here. Haiti, they have voodoo, and they have another religion called it's Santeria. And a lot of the Latin American people practice Santeria. And to just give you an example of how powerful that can be, was Fidel Castro, the first speech he gave after he overthrew the Cuban government, a dove landed on his shoulder. Well, in Santeria, that's a very significant signal that that person has divine influence or whatever. And I kind of wondered, did that dove just land on his shoulder, or was it a trained dove, or did he have food on his shoulder, or what?
Yeah.
Because I could see Fidel Castro doing something like that, and familiar with the Santeria. And in both of those, voodoo and Santeria, they use animal sacrifice and read chicken intestines and everything else. So some of the animal sacrifices going on. And I mentioned about there at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base there last night, and I happened to think later on, well, that's actually the headquarters for the Air Force Intelligence Service. And I don't know if you remember this guy, but he used to call up all the time when you were on the other show, he was like talking about always calling the president. He was like a Baptist preacher or something. Do you know who I'm talking about? I can't bring his name to mind, but he was always,
Not ringing a bell, no.
Okay. Well, yeah, somewhere along the line come to me today. And so I just wanted, and Merrick Garland today fussing about, well, you shouldn't be able to criticize the DOJ. Well, you just mentioned about this guy Blumenthal there. He must be wanting to front run some bad news, and he's not exactly sure how that's going to affect the campaign. And it's like, well, if the DOJ would have been more transparent, and the big thing to me was, what are the classified papers that the National Archives and the DOJ, what is it that they're seeking? I know they can't say maybe exactly, but they can at least give the public some sort of a broad indication. And, some of this classified stuff, if it comes out in the press, there's a whole protocol with that. After a while, they say, well, we can declassify this if they find out a foreign power or something. So, just be a little bit more open, and then you won't get criticized. So with that, I'll let you go. Let's see.
Have a great weekend, Vic. Thank you for checking in. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve, and happy weekend. What's your plans for the weekend, buddy?
I think we got a little birthday party Friday evening, and I don't know, not much else. Not much on the slate.
I figured couch, Skullbusters, and watching the Reds and the Bengals lose. So I was figuring that bit of it. But you're reading that about the whole Kamala Harris Biden electric initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the stories that I sent you about Blue Oval City out here?
Yeah, that was several weeks ago, right? Yeah.
They've shut it down. They have literally killed the project right now. And the mayor of Brownsville, I think he went on the news here not long after, and he pretty much said he's hoping that they're going to restart the project. I don't know. It's going to be hard to see right now till after the election. Because, you see the electric vehicles declining in sales and popularity. So, but the one story that I really thought was interesting was one of the contractors hadn't paid their workers, and they were owing workers $6,000 or more for work. I don't know if you remember that story or not, but I just, you just wonder about some of this. But now, Steve, we got the Go Bowling, was it 250 or 300 this weekend? And, I don't know if you remember a name, but Parker Kligerman, does he ring a bell to you? NASCAR driver?
No.
He kind of stayed around the Xfinity and Truck Series. He really didn't have much success, but he was consistent with top fives and top tens. He's announcing he is retiring at the end of the season. Plus, too, remember last year the whole debacle with Kyle Larson running the double-double? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hendrick has set down that, hey, if we get into this same situation this upcoming year, screw Indy, we're going to put him in Charlotte because Charlotte is more important because Charlotte is a paying race. Now, since we are going to do a little do a little road coursing this weekend at Watkins Glen. I'd tell you the one to really watch would be Chase Elliott. Chase is really good at this track along with Martin Truex Jr. Because if Truex is really going to do anything, this is the track to get it done. Because we have next month the Roval coming up here in about 3 or 4 weeks from now. But also too. Wouldn't put it past the road course experts, really. I like Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell may be the dark horse, and Austin Cindric would be another one to watch. But also, too, Kyle Larson may be the one, Steve. So who you got your money bets on?
I don't know. When it comes to the road courses, I don't really know who's actually that good on them.
I tell you, I really think NASCAR needs to run more road courses because, excuse me for my voice, because driving around making left turns is not a driver. Anybody could do that. I mean, Steve, you could probably jump in a NASCAR and make left turns. They need more of the road courses where you go left and right. That's what's going to help define being a driver. But like I said, though, if Truex is going to really get somewhere, this is where to get. Denny Hamlin's not too bad, but Denny needs a good race, this race or Bristol, because Bristol he does really great at, to make up for that 10-point loss of points. That really killed him at the Atlanta race. Steve, you have a good weekend. We'll holler at you later.
All right, yeah, go Vols. You forgot to say that. Go Vols.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Oh, by the way, good morning to our friend there, Rick in Columbus. As he says, rounded third, headed for home. Eskimo Mom, hey, what day is it?
Hump day for me, and I think Friday the 13th, or I don't know what day it is anymore, especially because those of us who work late nights and don't have a regular Monday through Friday type of shift, it's all messed up for us.
Yeah. So what's going on?
Well, I wanted to call about but you know how Rambler and Heatwave are talking about The Chosen?
Mm-hmm.
The app is one way to get it, and we will be able to watch it. But it's also running on BYU TV if you have that network. It's also running on TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, or if you're Sunday nights between Rambler and your program, it's running on the CW network.
Really?
Okay. On 8:00 Eastern. Yeah. And it's just an option for you if you either not technically if you want to watch like regular TV, or if you're kind of technically challenged or don't feel like investing in the app. But Chosen is a very well run series. I've been a fan of it since I've heard about it, and I try to watch it whenever I try to watch it, or at least I got the season DVR'd,
Gotcha.
And I'll watch it whenever I can.
Yeah. Well, all right. So, I guess your weekend doesn't start till when? Sunday?
Sunday morning sometime. Whenever I get back in, and it's my weekend's kind of an oddball thing. I've got part of Sunday and all of Monday, and I go back out Tuesday night. It works out for me. On Mondays I can still do all my errands, have doctor's appointments, stuff like that. And if I need something on Tuesday, I can do something on Tuesday as well.
Very good. All right. Well, when your weekend gets here, enjoy it. In the meantime, thanks for keeping our grocery stores stocked.
And I'm one part of the COG, Brain Dead, and a whole bunch of others. There are the other parts of the COG, and anybody who works the warehouse and works the stores. We're all part of a big old machine that makes sure y'all can still eat and still pick out whatever you want at the grocery store.
Thank you so much. All right, Eskimo Mom, there you go. Real quick, political extremists, they say, have attempted a number of attacks on electrical infrastructure and substations in recent years. The goal is sowing chaos and civil conflict. Yeah, the POTS have repeatedly failed. However, the sociologists say that even if they do succeed, the kind of disasters they seek to create rarely result in members of the population turning on one another. That would prove costly and deadly. We recall back in July, 2 former Marines, both active in an online neo-Nazi community, sentenced to prison for a plot in which they stole military equipment from Camp Lejeune as part of an intended attack on a power substation in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, they had conspired, prepared, and trained to attack America's power grid, to advance their violent white supremacist ideology. The year before, officials said they foiled another similar plot. This one was targeting the grid in Baltimore, the 2 alleged plotters, described by the FBI as racially or ethnically motivated supremacists. Said they had targeted Baltimore in large part because of its status as a majority black city. Many plots of this kind are continuing around the country, they tell us, but maybe we can get more into that next week. But have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for joining us. Have a great Friday the 13th. See you back at the midnight hour Sunday night.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I